The Starcon Federation has reached its decision. Roger Wilco, please step forward. Roger Wilco, you have been judged guilty of the following crimes: abandoning your post, deviating from mission parameters, misuse of Starcon property, disintegrating a fellow officer, perpetrating a sequel without authorization, and consorting with a female of higher rank. Do you have anything to say for yourself before we pronounce sentence?
Can't you guys take a joke?
Do you have anything intelligent to say for yourself before we pronounce sentence?
Nope.
Very well. It is the opinion of this tribunal that as punishment for your crimes against the Starcon Federation, you are to be decommissioned. You are hereby stripped of the rank of captain. You are no longer an officer of the Starcon Federation. Your enrollment at Starcon Academy is hereby terminated. However, due to your successful return of the SCS Eureka, your rescue of the Goliath's crew, and the fact that nobody gets rid of stubborn mildew stains and black heel marks as well as you do, we are returning you to your former post with Starcon Fleet. You are hereby ordered to resume your duties immediately as janitor second class on board the SCS DeepShip 86.
Attention all hands. This is your commander speaking. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your fine performance during our recent episode, A Stitch in Time Saves Gamma 9. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a gesture of appreciation, we're putting in for shore leave on Polysorbate 60. Enjoy yourselves, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Kielbasa out.
Meanwhile, in a deserted warehouse just outside the galaxy...
you do it, gentlemen, so long as his body is intact. Do you understand?
Yes, we got it. Yes, right. Yes, right.
Good. Now, I believe you'll find him here, on Polysorbate 60, on shore leave.
Okay, I'm ready. Energize!
As we join our hero, Roger Wilco, he has just been transported to the surface of Polysorbate 60 to enjoy a little shore leave. Apparently, there was a minor glitch in the process. Well, at least you got here with all your important parts, your hands, your mouth, and your stomach.
Oh, great! Real wonderful. Nice beam job, you metallic piece of scrap. Jeez, this is snug. Real snug. You know, it actually makes me feel kind of good. I remember when I used to wear my mom's... well, never mind. No time for nostalgia. I've got a serious extraction problem to work out first.
The buildings around here have seen much better days. This must be the old part of town. If it isn't, you'd hate to see what is. Seldom have you had the good fortune to get to know a street so up close and personal. You feel you have a real bond growing. Bearing signs indicating the names of the streets which create this intersection, a light pole illuminates the area. What a mistake that is. Like anyone would want to see more of this place. Rats! The cinema appears to be closed. You were really hoping to see Tango and Cash 27. Bootlicker appears to be open for business. The Cyclops Club doesn't appear to be doing business. This is an interesting billboard. You can't help but wonder what this Altera company markets. The dumpster is nearly the cleanest item in the area, and you thought you were a slob. It looks like someone or something got just a little two-faced and wrecked a perfectly good Loadster 750, the Pinto of Polysorbate. Hey, that one has some legs. They're kind of spindly, but you sure have no room to criticize. Hey, that one looks familiar. It lacks a bit in the stature department, though. This guy looks like a vertically challenged Darth Vader. What does a thing like that do for fun? So this is the location you were so fortunate to draw for surface leave. What a dump. And you thought Xenon looked bad. This place is in serious need of some janitorial expertise. Ah, but that's not your concern. After the ups and downs of the last couple of tours of duty, you can really use the R&R. Time to give those buffing calluses a break. At least that's what you hope.
Thank you, my good man. Yikes, I hope everything came out with me.
Trapped quantities of atmospheric discharge fill depressions in the street surface. The combination of H2O and atmospheric toxins helps to create a delightful reflective sheen. You'd think, if indeed you did, that a guy with the skin quality of a pachyderm wouldn't have a problem with this climate. Fire burns inside barrels along the streets. Apparently those using them are residents of planets a bit closer to the suns that they orbit. The temperature seems quite moderate to you, but then you do fancy yourself a studly guy. Too bad no one else shares that opinion. That's an interesting piece of hardware. Your normally dim power of recollection actually recalls having seen a picture of one of these in the ship library. Get this, it's called a bike. People used to actually get on these and use their own muscles to achieve locomotion. What losers. Upon closer inspection, you notice some sort of ID card hanging on the frame. Upon grabbing the ID card, you notice the picture on it is of a rather homely-looking alien type. Guess everyone can't be as fortunate as you. It's the alien ID you snagged from that rusty bike. That's a fairly hideous picture of the former owner. It makes the average Department of Motor Vehicles photographer look like Ansel Adams. That's your current Buckazoid collection. It's your trusty whisk broom and dustpan. This part of town is almost as glamorous as the rest. The skyline is anything but beautiful. Flames burn off the gases that can't be contained in the short-sighted dumping facilities. If you weren't so simple-minded, you might actually be depressed by the sight. But then, it's not your planet, so why should you care?
Now, there's an establishment still in operation. With this climate, it's no wonder that people might need to track down replacement parts for even the most organic of the population. I wonder if, nah, never mind.
Now there's an interesting sounding business name. You wonder what they sell. Some wise sap closed up shop and jammed from this dying settlement. A very odd fixture occupies a good portion of this corner. Its purpose is irrelevant, as it seems to be the victim of a lack of maintenance and some sort of clinging mineral-like deposit, which have been laid down in several arch-shaped patterns. A sensible person would be afraid to find out what this caps off. That being the case, I'll take the liberty of telling you that it's something you don't want to mess with. You wonder if there could be any connection between this kind of waste disposal and a thriving business like implants and stuff. Wow, that's kind of deep for you.
Those two look like people my mom warned me about. I think I should avoid them.
Interesting. She appears to be waiting for someone. She might be one of those professional ladies your mom told you about. There's only one way to find out if they mean what they say. It's one of those new Kodak mobile photo booths. I heard they were beta testing those. That's your current Buckazoid collection. You pop a coin in the slot and climb on in.
All right, I'm looking pretty good. Fire away. There's got to be an optics problem with that machine. I look partially digested.
Good thing you didn't opt for that second set of prints after all. Guess that guy won't be filing any complaints with the Portable Business Association. It's the alien ID you snagged from that rusty bike. That's a fairly hideous picture of the former owner. It makes the average Department of Motor Vehicles photographer look like Ansel Adams. It looks vaguely like your hiney after it's been chewed out by your boss. You quite cleverly paste your picture over the old one on the ID card. It looks vaguely like your hiney after it's been chewed out by your boss. Ah, an arcade. You haven't been in an arcade in at least a sequel or two. How cute. It has a really big replica of a coin slot. This arcade, known to the locals as Dismembers Only, is filled with lowlifes, druggies, and juvenile delinquents from all over the galaxy. And those are just the employees. Anything that shortens this guy's lifespan probably makes the universe a safer place. That bores me so. This guy looks like a well-used railroad spike. Perhaps the rust and mushroomed head give it away. It's last year's hot arcade punch-em-up, more dull combat 2. This rough, tough cream puff is positively myrtleizing that machine. That's one hefty teenager. Must be from the Mariposa planetoid. Another in the wide variety of life forms you've seen on this planet. This guy just stands there, looks, and fires an occasional lunger. How did all these forms manage to come together in one place? Normally, you'd have to travel light years to run into just a few different life forms. This place has the odds beaten big time. This little purple being is kicking Fanny on this game. He's built up an audience. Interesting head formation. He looks like one of those cranium suckers you saw in a scary movie once. Guess that means you'll be safe. In this game, you have to play basketball in a three-piece suit, barefoot, while avoiding deadly athlete's foot fungus growing on the court. It's called NBA Toe Jam. Cool. It's a potential sucker trying to decide if it's worth it. There's a serious dweeb factor happening here. An overhead screen advertises a new kiddie-level arcade game in which you walk around Calcutta trying to match the right body part with the leper who lost it. It's called Mixed Up Mother Teresa. This humongous expensive game is an all-time favorite. You have to duplicate famous gourmet dishes while piloting vintage combat aircraft against the Nazi menace. It's called Secret Recipes of the Luftwaffe. Look, it's the hot new game, Stooge Fighter 3. It's supposed to be the goriest, most violent arcade game since Disemboweling for Dollars. Now that's an interesting specimen. Is this place the backwoods of the universe or what?
So this is Stooge Fighter 3. Doesn't look so tough to me.
Say, partner, care to indulge in a friendly game? By the way, the name's Jerkwad. What's your mama call you?
A mistake. But my friends call me Roger. Roger Wilco.
Well, it's darn fine to meet you, Roger. So, what do you say to a friendly little round of Stooge Fighter 3?
Gosh, Mr. Jerkwad, that sounds neat.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Oh, a wise guy! Oh, go! Oh, go!
Big Mo wins. Rumble.
Oh, go! Oh, go!
Big Mo wins the match. Unblemished victory. He moitered you.
Wow, man. I guess I got real lucky. Or maybe you were holding back on me. Nah, you wouldn't do that, would you? You don't look that bright. I mean, that probably isn't your style. Wanna play again?
Not now, thanks.
Now this place seems to be a little more interesting. Messy, but interesting. Noise emanating from the two establishments here indicates there might actually be something fun going on inside. The street's a little bit cleaner here. It does have that peculiar burn crater just under the traffic signal. A mechanical traffic light diligently maintains control over the nearly non-existent traffic in the area. The pilot of this craft employed a truly creative parking technique. By the looks of it, they'd been a patron of Orion's Belt immediately prior to executing this fine parking job. This guy looks like he should be standing watch around one of those barrels. He has a bit of a nervous look about him.
Hey!
I wonder if you... Nah, what was I thinking?
Hey!
Buddy, maybe you can help me out. I'm trying to track down this Ender Droid. I'm an Ender Droid runner. I know it don't look so hot, but I'm in disguise, you know?
In disguise? Yeah, you do look disguised. I just don't know what like. Hey, here's a tip. Think seriously about a flea dip.
I could really use your help getting this one. I've had a hell of a time tracking him down. You've gotta help me. Tell you what, if you can find and immobilize this bionic beer opener, it's worth 50 buckazoids to you. What do you say to that? I've scoured this dung heap. I haven't seen synthetic hide nor hair of him. All that's left to check is that bar. I'd go in there myself, you see, but I've had a little misunderstanding with the management. No biggie. I'm sure it'll blow over soon. Anyway, can you help me out? What do you say? 50 buckazoids. And if you don't mind me saying it, you look like you could use it. So how about it?
Well, I don't know. What's this Endodroid thing look like? And why do you want it?
Well, he's about your height, only maybe a few inches higher. And I'd say about your weight, give or take 60 pounds or so. But then that's just probably because of that stuff he's made of. Kind of a liquid metal thing, but that's not important. He's got a crew cut, and I think he was wearing a long dark coat. Has a strange accent.
But why do you want him?
Oh, he made some people mad.
How?
Oh, I guess he sort of jumped out of his program and kind of killed and/or mangled a score or so of co-workers and, more importantly, management personnel. A big no-no. No big deal. I just gotta take him in for analysis and processing. It could help pull me out of my, unfortunate cash flow situation. And most importantly, it can mean 50 buckazoids for you. What do you say?
Well, I could use the buckazoids. I'll see what I can do.
Great. You won't regret it. You're gonna need this data quarter. It's been modified to only be sensitive to certain unique components like droidium, something only an Endrodroid would be composed of. This'll help you root him out. Good luck. Let me know when you've got him. Thanks. I gotta go check in with the home office. I'll check back out here a little later to see how you're coming along.
This is the data quarter you got from that Endodroid hunter dude. Sometimes it's hard to tell which looks stranger, the ship or the being piloting it. You won't know in this case, though, since this seems to have been abandoned for quite some time. Another Orion's Belt franchise. That's one place you have yet to be banished from. I'll bet that's the finest neon sculpture on the whole corner. This guy looks friendly now. Try to keep it that way.
Hello, Mr. Bouncer?
He pays very little attention. You're pretty used to it. But someday... It would appear that once again, Vice is a bit more profitable than most business ventures. This place is almost too hip for the planet. But then, that's no mean feat, given what a total heap this place appears to be. This is the main floor of the Swank Lounge, Orion's Belt. This seems to be where things are happening for the slightly seedier beings of the city. As you can see, there's a pretty good cross-section of the regional population represented here. The large L-shaped bar, what you can see of it, looks quite spiffy. A guy could slide a mug of Coronian ale miles on that surface. A quick look indicates that the bartender is physically well-balanced and adroit. A good combination for this profession. The shirt would further indicate that he has the mentality for it. Yikes! I'll bet even old Fester Blatz hasn't seen one of these. So this is where Sinead O'Connor's been hanging out. Looks like this big furry dude is laying out his best Orlanian pickup lines for the Ice Queen. It appears she's not fielding any of them. What can be said that isn't painfully obvious? You recognize the uniform of the Fistal Hemisphere Alliance. Unlike that popular trunk-bearing pachyderm on that planet Earth, this guy seems to actually be drinking through his trunk. That means he's drinking through his nose. Yuck. This guy has an interesting cranial configuration. This rather large individual with the headphones seems to have tuned this place out. Now there's an interesting look. What can be said that isn't painfully obvious? That she'll look better come closing time. It's one of several people dying to get into the restroom. This guy wishes he had a clothespin right about now. Yep, it's the fourth guy in line for the restroom. Definitely standing room only. You probably wonder where that goes. You summon the ability to leave it alone. Well, that wasn't too bad for a borderline physical specimen like you. It didn't quite get the job done, though. Nah, you still haven't convinced the door to yield to your obviously superior physical presence. Wow, you really did it! Not exactly the subtlest of entry techniques, but effective. That's pretty macho for the likes of you. Who would have guessed you'd have the makings of a Starsky or a Hutch, or a Tango or a Cash? You
go now and I don't rearrange your organs.
You found your way to the not-so-spiffy basement of the nightclub. Numerous stock items are stored down here. It's the Endodroid, and he's repairing himself. Yuck. The Endodroid's home surgery kit sits on the crate, but I suppose you can see that.
Hey there. So, what's up? Pretty crappy weather we're having, don't you think? Wow, so what's with the hole in your arm? That's gotta sting. My, you're a tall one. Is there something I can do for you?
He's apparently a social minimalist. His only reaction is the kind of look that makes you want to run to the safety of your closet and assume your all too familiar fetal position. I'm not going to say he told you so, but he did. It's a small section of pipe, not unlike those commonly found at ice skating accidents. It's a fairly heavy and solid piece of pipe. This vertical adjustment device offers access to the loft above. The second floor of the nightclub does justice to the first. He looks lonely, but not enough for your company. These guys are a nicely matched set. They seem to be amusing each other to a very high degree. Wow, this sucker makes even you look like GQ material. These nitro suckers come in all types. They're all drawing on the hoses. Amazingly, they don't freeze. They just glaze over for a few moments while the others laugh. This one has a tattoo which says, "I love Lula." Woof woof. Adventure game stress must really be getting to you if you want to get romantic with that. He ignores you. Get used to it. You start to say something, and then you remember that you're supposed to be a man of action, not words. Or is that the other way around? You aren't certain, but it's quite possible you were invited to establish an inordinately close relationship with yourself. Perhaps I misunderstood. It looks vaguely like your hiney after it's been chewed out by your boss. You hear them say, "Geez, our skimmer's double hovered. We gotta run." Several lengths of tubing lead from a valve array atop the tank, allowing simultaneous access to its contents. You snag the 4 hoses. Never know when you're going to meet that special lady. It's a twisted mass of hookah hoses. Carefully untangle the twisted mass of hookah hoses and then rehook the hoses to create one long hose. It reminds you of Christmas time back home when you enjoyed untangling the Christmas lights and saying to yourself, I get so much satisfaction from cleaning and straightening. One day, I'll be the best janitor ever. Well, at least one part of that dream came true. You are a janitor. You rehook the hoses to create one long one. A waitress hovers about, tray in claw, tending to the upstairs clientele. It makes decent tips, especially for a synthetic being.
Gee, she looks pretty busy right now.
Hey, buddy, get your paws out of my tips or I'll liberate your favorite organ. I'll even let you choose. Or you can leave my tips alone and you won't have to worry about that decision. It's up to you.
Gee, she looks pretty busy right now.
You snag a buckazoid off the Waitron. How cool you are. You snag a buckazoid off the Waitron. How cool you are. That's your current buckazoid collection. An interesting arrangement of conduits creates an almost artistic pattern to the back bar area. It's hard to tell what is merely decorative and what is functional. There's a small valve on this conduit.
Hey there, guy. Come on now. Hey, you can't come back here. You want something? You let me know, all right?
What a boss blender. I'll bet they can make all kinds of foo-foo drinks in that.
So you're with Polysorbate Security, huh? Yeah, what can I get for you, Chief?
What have you got?
Well, aside from the obvious stuff which is glaring in your face from the back wall here, I do make some mixed drinks. I mean, if I do say so myself, I make a pretty mean William Gibson and a pretty good ass-em-off cocktail, you know what I mean, huh? Hey, I got you. Try a fuzzy toad jam. They seem to be pretty popular with your particular species here. I got just the thing for you guys. It's something I don't even give the regulars here. What do you think, eh? Okay, you got it, pal. Ah, so you're with Polysorbate Security, huh? Yeah, what can I get for you, Chief?
Make me a double uvula spritzer. Twist a fleck rind, and I want it hacked and whipped, not like one of those shaken or stirred sissy drinks.
Okay, coming right up, Chief. Listen, this'll take a couple of minutes, but feast your eyes on the making of it, all right?
Oh, that's just fine. Take your time, my good man.
Yow! You quickly close that valve again. This one doesn't spew anything. With a flick of your very supple wrist, you pull the conduit loose from below the valve. Oops! Ah, the hookah hoses are now neatly connected. The hookah hose is now attached to the leftmost conduit. You complete the connection between the two conduits. The druggies are gone, leaving a partially used nitro tank. The canister snaps neatly into the conduit opening. Nitro begins to flow through the tubing and into the conduit.
Frosta la Kista, baby.
Wow, it worked! This dude's in a deep freeze. But now what are you going to do with him? It's a fairly heavy and solid piece of pipe. Cool, laying a solid blow upside the head of this frigid felon has reduced him to cubes. Is not too hard to handle now. It's your trusty whisk broom and dustpan. You quite cleverly whisk the cubed culprit into your dustpan. It's going to be tough to carry him this way, though. The endodroid's home surgery kit sits on the crate, but I suppose you can see that. I wonder if these spiders jump. You pick strange methods of getting a charge out of life. You quite cleverly whisk the cubed culprit into your dustpan. It's going to be tough to carry him this way, though. Rat! It appears that the bartender disconnected your cleverly concocted hose link while you were gone.
Ah, so you're with Polysorbate Security, huh? Yeah, what can I get for you, Chief?
What have you got?
Well, aside from the obvious stuff which is glaring in your face from the back wall here, I do make some mixed drinks. I mean, if I do say so myself, I make a pretty mean William Gibson and a pretty good ass-em-off cocktail, you know what I mean, huh? Hey, I got you. Try a fuzzy toad jam. They seem to be pretty popular with your particular species here. I got just the thing for you guys. It's something I don't even give the regulars here. What do you think, eh?
Make me a double uvula spritzer. Twist a fleck rind, and I want it hacked and whipped, not like one of those shaken or stirred sissy drinks.
Okay, coming right up, Chief. Listen, this'll take a couple of minutes, but feast your eyes on the making of it, all right?
Oh, that's just fine. Take your time, my good man.
The refrigeration unit blends well with the design scheme. Hey, when did you start knowing things like that? The refrigeration unit contains an ice cube tray and some chilled beverages, none of which looks very enticing to you. You have to be careful about what you consume in these universal spaceport bars. One creature's wine is another creature's bile, and vice versa. Pretty cool looking, huh? It's your whisk broom and tray full of endodroid. Very good. He'll be much more transportable this way. However, you'd better hope it doesn't thaw. It's that runner guy.
Here's your cubed compadre. Where's my 50 buckazoids?
No bull. You really got him, huh? I mean, good job.
Yeah, I really got him. And I could really use my 50 buckazoids.
Tell you what, I'll pay you when they pay me.
No, I need the money now. Or I let the guy thaw right here, right now.
No, just a minute. You don't want to do that. Hold on to your alimentary contents. I got it here. Here, you happy? I'll just be taking that tray. Been a special treat doing business with you.
That's your current buckazoid collection.
Hold it right there, pal. You don't want to go in there. Trust me, it's not a pretty sight. But then, neither are you. Nonetheless, it's bad news in there, and I can't let you enter, so hit the pavement.
No, can it be? It is. It's Elmo Pug, the former CEO of Scumsoft. Hard times have hit him like a ball-peen hammer between the, eyes. Maybe there is a karma ferry. He's too far away or doesn't care.
Hey! Say, you look familiar. Didn't I kick your butt in a huge robot once?
Oh yeah, that. I hope to forget that. It was the beginning of my undoing. I was a laughingstock around the company in the final days of Scumsoft. Oh well, if that hadn't gotten me, some of my other creative management techniques would have. In looking at the big picture, I suppose that arrangement left me with all my physical assets intact. Not a single other thing, unfortunately. I'm humiliated to admit that I have, on rare occasion, resorted to selling cheat sheets for arcade games. I've got to maintain a fairly, modest profile, I guess you could say. Time heals wounds and all that. Plus, maybe I can avoid a premature termination.
Wow. That's all very interesting. And very boring, if you don't mind my saying. What I want to know is, can you sell me a cheat sheet for Stooge Fighter 3?
Well, I think I may be able to facilitate that. I may have one in stock. Okay, here's what I need from you. A nice new bottle of Coldsordian brandy. If you can deliver that, I think we can call it a deal. My people, I'll be waiting to take delivery from you so that we can put a bow on this deal. Catch you later.
Bootlicker appears to be open for business. This is the interior of Bootlicker. In keeping with most of the rest of the area, there is absolutely no frills in the decor. Ooh, you've got a good eye. This stuff is excellent. It's called Something Wicked Ale from Ray's Brad Brewery. These appear to be bottles of Alan Dean Foster's Draft Ale, but it's hard to tell because the labels are so faint. They must have been printed in draft mode. It's just some green stuff. The imported stuff, like Sap Purnell and Major Kirin, is too syrupy for your tastes. This is the interior of Bootlicker. In keeping with most of the rest of the area, there is absolutely no frills in the decor. Weekends were made for Front Lobe, and you wouldn't mind removing a few yourself. The shelves of this interesting establishment hold just about every kind of swill a buzz junkie could want. Of course, whether or not you would survive this stuff is another question. The shelves of this interesting establishment hold just about every kind of swill a buzz junkie could want. Of course, whether or not you would survive this stuff is another question. Were it working this device, it, as noted on its top, would supply ice. A stack of papers lay unattended on the floor. Apparently, Pa doesn't get in a big hurry to put stuff away. The headline reads, Lindbergh baby kidnapped. Interesting magazines like This Old Planetoid and The Babes of Polysorbate occupy this space. It's most uninteresting. Pa keeps some of the more expensive stuff back here, like Jurassic Dark, Raymond E. Feisterbrow, and Samuel Douglas Adams. Pa keeps some of the more expensive stuff back here, like Jurassic Dark, Raymond E. Feisterbrow, and Samuel Douglas Adams. Pa keeps some of the more expensive stuff back here, like Jurassic Dark, Raymond E. Feisterbrow, and Samuel Douglas Adams. The drawer is Pa's way of transferring things from his side to your side, and vice versa. Pa Conshohocken sits behind the counter by his favorite possession, something he values greater than his own life, the cash register. Pa's been in business for quite a while, as his grizzled look might attest.
Hi there.
Howdy there, partner. The name's Pa Conshohocken. Yeah, it's my name. I'm the proprietor of this here establishment here. Now, anything I can sell you, why, you just let me know. But if you steal anything, I'll be forced to kind of kill you. Welcome.
That sounds fair. So, Pa, what's the stuff behind you?
Oh, that, eh? Why, that there's the good stuff, sonny. I got some real fine stuff back here. Oh, yeah, I do. That's cold Saurian brandy. That's what that is. Best available in these parts here. Now, it's way out of your price range, I'm sure. It goes for 20 buckazoids per. Got the 20 there, Buster? Otherwise, you can swill thruster drippings with the rest of the deadbeats around here. I don't mean that in a bad way, mind you. Got the 20 there, Buster? Otherwise, you can swill thruster drippings with the rest of the deadbeats around here. I don't mean that in a bad way, mind you.
I'd like a bottle of your cold Surian brandy, please.
Well, so you're interested in the good stuff, eh? I'll just take that 20. Thank you. I haven't sold much of this stuff lately, except to some sorry-looking little pud. Oh, hey, that reminds me. He still owes me some money. Oh, I can't believe I fell for that scam. Oh, well, enjoy. Sucker.
This little fleshwad looks familiar. You wonder what he's doing here. Must have been a victim of the telecommunications wars. You get a jump on senility by mumbling to yourself.
Yikes, those liquid crystal displays. I still have nightmares about them.
Elmo has definitely taken a turn for the worse. You'd like to think it was your exit from the admittedly captive rank of that off-world sweat orb, Scumsoft Incorporated. It was probably something dumb like a compulsion for pet projects or personally beneficial programs over those things important to the company as a whole. That couldn't be it.
Yes! Mr. Wilco, I'm most pleased you've chosen to do business with us. You're just in time, too. I have another party on his way interested in the same item. Oh well, his loss. Well, I'll take that off your hands. Now, per our agreement, here's your cheat sheet. I'm certain you'll find the game much more interesting now. Also, you look like you could use this fish. Enjoy, Mr. Wilco. I have a real important business in another part of town. Be seeing ya. Oh, by the way, I'd appreciate if you'd not mention our meeting to anyone. Some of those purple-skulled old stockholders really hold a grudge, okay? Bye-bye.
Let's look at it together and see what we can see, okay? It's the Stooge Fighter 3 cheat sheet you got from Elmo.
To guarantee a win, the cheat sheet says, when at the choice screen, press the machine's letter buttons in the following order: A, B, B, A, C, A, C, A. Then, be aggressive and attack as much as possible using your new secret weapon.
Hi, Mr. Jerkwad. How about another game of Stooge Fighter? I'm feeling a little luckier this time.
You know, kid, I'd really like to, but I need a little more of a challenge. Take a long walk off a short asteroid, okay?
What's the matter? Afraid a measly little pencil-necked low-life janitor and general waste of human life is going to embarrass you in front of your friends?
Well said.
Hold on there, you little puke! I'm not afraid of some puny little zit on the butt of the universe!
Jerkwad is a scaredy cat! Jerkwad is a scaredy cat!
Alright, you little wad of spit, let's play. I'll waste you. Tell you what, let's make it interesting. If you win, I'll give you 300 buckazoids. However, if I win, you're mine to do with as I see fit. The deal? Oh, this is gonna be fun! Oh, you're a bit puny, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a few buckazoids for you over at the slave colony.
I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you quite right. Did you say slave colony?
Too late to back out, Borg breath.
I knew that.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Blairman wins. Rumble. Larman wins the match.
How lucky can a guy get? That was pure luck. Jeez.
Where's my money?
Here. Now, if I were you, I'd make myself scarce, you little lump of phlegm. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my temper, and all that's gonna be left of you is teeth and toenails.
Nice place if you're a fan of dives. This place still has those old-style ray projection infomercial viewers. What rubes. This place still has those old-style ray projection infomercial viewers. What rubes. Those are some interesting-looking dudes. Must be a couple of real losers, since they seem to be dateless. Of course, that won't be a problem for you once word gets around that you've hit the planet. Can you believe he actually thinks that? The desk, while mimicking some control console look, serves as not much more than a place for the desk clerk to rest his heavily bunioned hind feet. It says, if you have a buckazoid, give a buckazoid. If you need a buckazoid, take a buckazoid. Not too surprisingly, it's empty. That's the inn's transaction register. An electronic proximity sensor-activated bell, probably used to signal for attention, rests on the counter. That's the manager of this little slice of heaven. He looks like he's an expert on energy conservation. Mainly his. The desk, while mimicking some control console look, serves as not much more than a place for the desk clerk to rest his heavily bunioned hind feet. You give the bell a pass with your hand. The manager doesn't exactly spring to life in response, but he does stir a bit and grants you a segment of one eye. He seems to be ignoring you.
Excuse me. I'd like a room, please.
Really? I mean, really? Well, I think we got one or two for a couple of $100 buckazoids a night. In advance, you understand.
I believe I have a prepaid reservation provided me by Starcon.
I got no reservations from any Starcon. I got no reservations, period. I do a cash business. You want a room, cough out the buckazoids.
So that's, 200. Well, okay.
200? Don't you listen, son? I said 300. That's 300 a night. And I don't include any weird pets. Them's extra.
I could have sworn you said...
You calling me a liar? I don't need no guff from the likes of you. This is the finest lodging on the planet, son. If you don't like the prices, you can just take your sorry, pinkish carcass out of here.
Well, 300? Okay, but give me your finest room then.
The finest room. Yeah, right. You got it, buckaroo. Best in the house. Coming right up. Pay up, and we're in business. Okay, son, you just scribble your old Bill Shatner on the register screen and I'll get your key card. It's as fine a room as you'll find on this orb.
You have a brief moment of what you think is cleverness. You decide to wittily sign the name Franzel Neekberm.
Okay, here's your key card. Don't lose it. Room 1220J. Up the elevator. Franzel Neekberm. If I had a buckazoid for every time I'd seen that name, I'd be sitting pretty. I could afford one of those fancy fur-lined donut thingies that... what was I saying? Anyway, enjoy your stay. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell someone.
Gee, thanks. Say, could you tell me where...
I'm a real busy guy, son. You got any questions, why don't you just go find the Chamber of Commerce and talk to them. I'm sure they'll be glad to help you out. Be seeing ya.
An elevator! Boy, this place has everything. That bores me so. It's the hotel's not-so-elegant upstairs hallway. The window offers you a prime view of the baby spew brown skyline of Polysorbate 60. Great carpet. This is definitely no place to lose a contact lens. They look more like cell doors than hotel room doors. It's kind of a Motel 3 meets Rikers look. Boy, wouldn't it be cool if that really worked? It's the keycard to your luxurious suite at the charming Dew Beam Inn. The room number is 1220J. Just as you are about to insert the keycard so you can go inside and check out your new digs, you notice those two goony-looking dudes from the lobby walking in your direction at a rather deliberate pace. Perhaps they're going to welcome you to the place or show you where the ice machine is.
Hey there, pal. Got a second? Me and my friend here was wondering something.
Fire away. What did you want to know?
Well, we was wondering if you'd have any objection to us pounding you senseless. Grab 'em and let's get moving. I gotta report in soon. You puny little scumbag. I can't believe anyone would want you. One thing's for sure. You sure ain't gonna be seeing your home son ever again. Hey, Nigel, let's get back to it, huh? We got things to do and places to go. Now, just sit there and be still and be quiet, little man. I've got some things to finish before I finish you.
You have no idea where this place is, but it's nice to see that grunge has finally hit the interior decorating industry. It's one of those wads of lard you ran into at the inn. What are you going to talk to him about? The weather? It's the keyring that doofus hung on the wall after the other doofus left.
Hey, what the fu... I don't want to see you move another inch or I'm gonna slice you into nice little bite-sized pieces. Now, can it?
A nail protrudes from the wall. How novel. You are now a proud nail owner.
That's the keyring nail I got from the wall.
Good thinking. The nail proves to be just what you needed to free yourself from those handcuffs. Don't get all excited, Little Red Riding Hood. You aren't out of those woods yet. It looks like a plug receptor. A beautiful thick shag carpet of pelvis Brelsford, the rock and roll programming sensation, adorns the east wall of this grungy apartment. It's that static-laden, cheapo polystyrene rug you ripped from the wall. You carefully lay the rug on the floor. Even though you were never known for your interior decorating talents, you feel very satisfied with the location you have chosen. Your body is now carrying a nice static charge. It looks like a plug receptor. Wow, the static energy you built up discharged, frying Lard Boy's circuitry. Did you actually think of that, or was it just luck? You look at it, but nothing strikes your fancy. Smooth move. You've got his keyring. It's that Lard Master's keyring. There is a massive door leading into the next room. You don't know what that is, but you keep seeing it above people's garage doors. It must be some sort of anti-theft device. This symbol is all the rage among teenagers in the quadrant. None of the adults knows what it means, but it's shorthand for no sign of life. Your captors have obviously been drinking mass quantities of that new imported beer, Tecate Wormhole. It looks like the lead singer for that new death metal band, the Disgruntled Postal Workers. A desk lamp casts a sickly glow over your captor. Or maybe the lamp is off and it's your captor who's casting the sickly glow. This optical disc-based multimedia entertainment system has a slew of powerful graphics and audio coprocessors. A unique flexible architecture, is extremely high-priced, and plays a half-dozen really bad arcade games. It's called a 3DOA. It's Cindy Crawfish, a beautiful merwoman and spokesmodel from one of those beach-strewn, wimpy, watery planets like Aquaria or Oceania or Wateria. It's Kathy Meyerland, an attractive model with gills from one of those stinky swamp-like planets like Modoria or Slimeion or Muxalon 4. This poster is from that new graphic novel series about the sewer worker who doubles as a psychic investigator. You think it's called Gabriel Norton. It's the popular pin-up alien Krill McPherson, the one that poses all over time pods in Space Piston magazine. Just watch that McPherson strut. How groovy! They've got a neon sign for Spore beer. Spore yourself a tall, frosty one. This little unit is a portable dehumidifier. When you're a guy like Syngent, who sweats like a bicranial crud snorter, you need one of these things going all the time. It's a burlesque Moddy. You now possess the Moddy. It's a burlesque Moddy. This alien woman looks to be in very bad shape. Her pupils are fixed and dilated. Her body is stiff, almost as if she's dead, and her skin looks tight and puffy, as if bodily gases are building up inside her. Bandages and patches appear in profusion all over her, and some of her seams look like they're about to give way. You make a mental note to come back and rescue this poor woman. Her skin feels puffy and rubbery, as if her internal body pressure has risen. It must be Regalian bladderwort fever. Due to the planetary location of this unit, it can't keep a steady picture for very long. And, as is universally known, the local cable company will get around to fixing it at their convenience. And who knows, you might get lucky and get another shopping channel or country western station in the process. Your captors have obviously been drinking mass quantities of that new imported beer, Tecate Wormhole. You won't be needing any empty cans. A gas mask won't help you in this game. Clever! They're using an old video cable spool as a table. Gee, don't let any college kids hear about this. They'll all want to do it. Teddy Schmuckspin, a popular children's toy, sits on the floor. If you weren't a popular child, you didn't get one. You summon the ability to leave it alone. They ripped off an alien crossing sign. How sophomoric. Surprisingly, it's a pile of books. Who'd have thought these guys could read? There seems to be a small pile of CD-ROMs sitting here. Your search through the CDs reveals a bunch of typically boring multimedia magazines. A multimedia phone book. Too bad there aren't any phones around here. The Outpost Project Survival Guide. Successful People Managing Techniques by Carm Trebus. Funny, it's empty. MF-DOS for idiots, morons, and phoebes. Touring Xenon on 5 buckazoids a day. Discovering your inner maggot. How to become assigned to being a corporate creative genius without really trying. This might be worth checking out. It's a copy of Popular Tektronix. It's a burlesque moddy. You should have paid attention the first time. This game's budget is way too small to allow me to list all those titles over again. This is the data coder you got from that endodroid hunter dude. It's a somewhat damaged CD-ROM disc. It's that Lard Master's keyring. This keypad undoubtedly controls the doorway.
Well, 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 the worm is out of the hole. So, you have to ask yourself, do I feel lucky? Well, do I, punk?
It's the one called Nigel, the larger of the two mass-laden brothers.
Go away.
This appears to be some sort of control room. There's a landing platform beyond the damping field induction coils in the archway. Wow, that's a signed poster of the lead singer for that country western band, Hall and Az. It's just another picture of a heavenly body. This monoamine oxidase inhibitor brightens up an otherwise depressing room. A small decorative novelty lamp displays bolts of electronic discharge. They were quite the rage a century or two ago. A massive subspace neurotransmitter fills the desk. Amplified by brainwave patterns, neurotransmissions are not affected by local damping fields. But you already knew that, right? This controller controls the controls on the subspace neurotransmitter.
Jeez, is this guy a control freak or what?
A box of MODIs, behavioral modification Eurocircuit chips, lies under the desk. You poke and prod amongst the MODIs until you find a MODI labeled churlish. Being intrigued by the word, you glom it. Incidentally, you might want to look up the word churlish before you do anything stupid.
That's the churlish MODI I found in that box.
The carton is full of spare parts and tools to keep the subspace neurotransmitter in operation. An acetylcholine torch, a bunch of axon terminals, a cell receptor, and a new package of postsynaptic membranes. Warning to phenylketonurics, contains phenylalanine. You poke around and look for something useful, but since you're not exactly Mr. Subspace Neurotransmitter Repair Guy, none of it appeals to you. This box is full of daddies. Daddies are modules which, when inserted into intercranial slots, give the user complete knowledge of whatever topic is programmed into that particular daddy. You rummage around in the box to look for something useful, but all you find is an almost complete set of line dancing in zero-G daddies. Only Volume 2, the Achy Breaky, appears to be missing.
That's the churlish MODI I found in that box.
The corner of the label in this MODI seems to be loose. It looks vaguely like your hiney after it's been chewed out by your boss. Pretty cool looking, huh? Thinking it was the churlish Muddy, he pops it in place. It has a couple of things attached to it. It's Nigel's belt, complete with a damping field actuator and a nifty personal grooming assistant. This is a personal grooming assistant. It's the damping field actuator. Yuck! It's the hair you pulled from Nigel's personal grooming assistant. It's the damping field actuator. The room is no longer giving off that low-level hum.
Boy, this terrace is a nice change from the stink-laden confines of that apartment.
The cityscape stretches like an immense pestilent rash across the puckered, festering face of Polysorbate 60.
Ah, pretty.
This appears to be a damping field controller unit. At least it looks like most of the other damping field controller units you've ever seen, and you've seen quite a few. The room is no longer giving off that low-level hum.
Boy, this terrace is a nice change from the stink-laden confines of that apartment.
This is the data corder you got from that endodroid hunter dude. This button turns the datacorder on and off. This button opens and closes the datacorder's faceplate. The reconfigure button will reset the internal chips, plates, and IRKs to standard datacorder setup. Use this button if you have rearranged the components and wish to restore them to their original positions. This button scrolls the information on the datacorder's LCD view screen in an upwardly appearing fashion. This is the datacorder's LCD view screen. When powered up, the chemical compound being scanned for appears on this screen. When reconfigured for other modes, the name of the mode appears on this screen. See how easy? And it really, really works. Don't open the data coder when it's switched on. Doing so could damage some of the delicate internal components, such as your central nervous system.
Hey! Here's your fish!
Stellar, you picked up my homing signal. I can't believe I actually made it work. Now no one can say I spent a little bit too much free time in the bathroom with Popular Tektronix.
Popular Tektronix? Who are you trying to kid? I know what you were reading in there.
What was that voice, Roger? I thought I heard something.
Pay no attention, Stellar. It was probably just a mechanical flatulence from the ship.
Anyway, we received a transmission from a nearby Starcon communications monitoring platform. They told us of some unusual signal originating from the area of polysorbate 60. We dialed it in, scanned the coordinates, and found you.
So what are you doing in this sector, Stellar? I thought you were stationed on the SCS Heinz 57.
I am. I had some leave accumulated and decided to take it. This is kind of embarrassing for me. I actually came to see you. I've been thinking about you a lot lately, and I was curious about what you'd been up to, so I decided to visit. And when I arrived here, I found you had just left for shore leave on polysorbate. I decided to follow you down and try and catch up with you. When I got to that dump of an inn and found you'd been kidnapped by those thugs, I searched around, but could find no trace of where they'd taken you. That certainly is a strange place. I decided to beam back up to the DeepShip and try to locate you through your transport communicator signal. When I'd returned, I found you'd left it up here on the ship. I didn't know what to do then until that call came through from the Starcon installation. You're a lucky man, Wilco.
Yeah. I guess I am. If you hadn't gotten there when you did, I'd probably be a victim of some serious cement poisoning after those geeks chucked me off that balcony.
Terrace.
What?
Well, actually, it was a terrace.
Whatever. Thanks, Stellar. I sure owe you a big one.
I'd sure like to collect that sometime. But let's talk about you and me. Perhaps I could take you to dinner sometime soon.
I'd like that, Stellar. I'd like that a lot. The thing is that I kind of have a relationship with another, and I wouldn't feel very comfortable about that. I mean, it wouldn't be fair to her. You understand? Not to mention the fact I'd be wearing my sphincter for a necklace if Beatrice ever found out. I hope you do understand, Stellar. I like you. I think I even more than like you. I don't know where I got this inordinate sense of loyalty toward Beatrice.
I believe the word that explains that is fear.
Pound sand, pal. Please know that were the situation any different, I'd be making that date with you right now.
Oh, I see. Friends, co-workers, buddies. That's all this is gonna be. I guess I knew it somewhere inside. I just didn't want to believe it. I guess I admire your trueness of heart, however misplaced. But I feel much more inclined to damn you for it. I know that's selfish, but it's how I feel. I must admit it shows something more about you, more depth of character than I gave you credit for, Wilco. Well, I'm patient if you ever have a change of heart. Well, Roger, we should see what we can find out about those subhuman walking dumpsters that had such a keen interest in you. I don't suppose you heard their names.
No, but I did get this neat personal grooming assistant. It needs a little cleaning, but...
That's great, Roger. Don't clean it, though. Take it to the sick bay. There's a DNA analyzer there. We can scan the contents and perhaps use the results to get some names and information about these guys.
Good thinking, Stellar. I probably would have thought of it, eventually.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have, Roger. Look, I've got to go to sick bay and get some treatment for my back after that not-so-graceful rescue.
Oh, yeah, that. Sorry. Well, I'll see you there.
Commander, I am receiving a message from Starcon.
Computer on screen.
Hello, Commander Kilbasa. I have a new directive for DeepShip 86. This is actually a special request from me, Commander. As you may know, I served with Admiral Bluntfang during the Fallopian campaign. Admiral Bluntfang's widow is involved in building an off-world retirement community. They are almost finished, but have requested assistance from DeepShip 86. Commander, please extend her every courtesy. You know, if things go well, this would not look too bad in your personnel file. I will let Sharpei, the Admiral's widow, explain further.
Hello, Commander Kilbasa. As Admiral Toolman mentioned,
We have almost completed our project here, but could use Starcon assistance. To be honest, Commander, I pulled a few strings, but this is an important mission, I assure you. Since you are scheduled to be present for the dedication of the Golden Light Year's Retirement Center anyway, I hoped you might alter your travel plans to accommodate an earlier arrival. From the information provided me by my old friend, the Admiral, you would be able to warp here within a few hours. I require some assistance from your ship, as well as one of your crew members. Allow me to explain.
Meanwhile, back in sickbay... This is the sick bay. All ill or injured crew members are brought here for treatment. It seems everyone in a red shirt ends up in here eventually, or at least what's left of them.
It's a medibunk. This is where all ill or injured crew members are treated. It's also where they bring all the guys in the red shirts, or what's left of them, after they've suffered their inevitable calamities.
Stella is getting treatment for her back injury. You should be ashamed of yourself for jumping on her like that, you baby. Jabba is an interesting-looking fellow. That is, if you think a melted purple marshmallow with an internal skeleton is interesting. He's the main research attendant here in the sick bay. Apparently the doctor is way busy, as he completely ignores you. You start to say something, and then you remember that you're supposed to be a man of action, not words. Or is that the other way around? Your words are so unspectacular, nature doesn't even see fit to grant it an echo. This is a DNA sequencer. During a starship's travels, many different organisms and artifacts are discovered, and a DNA sequencer can come in quite handy in analyzing them. But mostly it just gets used to make sure the food replicators are working properly and not brewing up anything that might hatch and grow inside you, for instance. It's the keyboard for the DNA sequencer. Yuck! It's the hair you pulled from Nigel's personal grooming assistant. Yuck! It's the hair you pulled from Nigel's personal grooming assistant.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilco. The sequencer is for use by trained personnel only. Obviously, you don't fit that description. I'm afraid I can't allow you to use it.
Come on, Jabba. Be a pal. Who'll know?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilco. It's a Starcon regulation.
Jeez, Jabba. Who's gonna know? Let me try this one thing. I'll be out of your way. No one will find out.
I don't know, Mr. Wilco. I'm not one to break regulations. I really don't think it's a good idea.
I swear, it'll only take a minute. We're out in the middle of nowhere. No one will find out. And I'll tell you what, anytime you want it, one free plunge job, day or night. What do you say?
Well, I don't know.
It'll only take a minute or two, really. Come on, Jabba, be a pal.
Well, okay, but just this once. If anyone finds out I'm sunk, then I'll come looking for you to take it out on. Keep that in mind.
No problem. I'll be done in a flash.
I really don't know why I'm doing this.
Not much going on there, eh? It hurts your eyes to look at that. In fact, you feel a major headache coming on. This is the program card you got from sickbay. Apparently the doctor is way busy as he completely ignores you. It's a scale. No, you can't weigh yourself. It's a bottle of morphine. This is the program card you got from sickbay.
Neat. I've always wanted to try one of these on the compost. Oh, hi, Stellar. I hope your back's feeling better.
They just finished treating me, and it is starting to feel better. However, I was told to lay off rescuing people for a while, especially you. So, did you have any luck?
I got some information from the sample I ran through the DNA sequencer. When I tried it, all I got was a name. All it said after that was that the file is closed. I wonder why that is.
I don't know for sure, Roger, but it seems a bit suspicious. When a file is marked like that, there's usually a very good reason. Most frequently, it indicates the file is closed for intelligence purposes, or it's legally sealed by some judicial body. In the case of those tubs of guts that grabbed you, I'd have to say it's not a government agency directly behind it. It sounds more like someone with access from the outside to a friend or two inside. A more paranoid person might say this smells way wrong.
Then again, when did you last change your socks?
If the files are sealed, then we have nothing to go on.
True. The only thing I can think of is that they may be accessible by jacking into cyberspace. I've never done it, but I know it can be done.
So I guess this means you won't be trying it first. I'd love to try it, but I can't since we don't know how.
Well, actually, I read it can be done with the help of a cyberjack and headset and a cyberspace jack interface module. The article said there are several things to access out there and that there's a vast library of files to browse. It said that the Information Superhighway project is a little behind schedule, but that there are some operative areas. Other than that, I don't have a clue as to how we can gain any information about them.
So you think this cyberspace thing could work?
Well, I can only tell you what I've read. Navigating it takes a little patience, but I think it's the only option you have. I don't know if you'll locate a cyberjack and headset. Because of the delays in the project, they've become more like collector's items than marketable, functionable products.
We do have cyberjack modules built into the compost.
That's true. Of course, we won't know anyway without the jack.
That bites. I wonder where we could find one of those.
I wish I knew, Roger. There must be some place.
Attention! We are now orbiting the Delta Berxilon 5 colony as requested by Starcon. Most of you know your assignments as they have been broadcast to your composts. Please represent Starcon properly. Kilbasa, out.
You better get moving since you don't know yet what your assignment is. I have some checking around to do. We'll talk later.
Thanks, Stellar. I'll see you soon. Maybe we can work in that dinner.
Your quarters are cozy and intimate, yet spacious. That's one of the advantages of living in a converted cargo hold. Why do all these starships come with shimmery sheets? What's so futuristic and wonderful about shimmery sheets? They wake you up at night. They're cold and slippery. And the worst thing is getting up every morning with sequins imprinted all over your face. What's up with that? Holy cow! It's your Golden Mop Award for your feats of daring do in Space Quest 1. You saw this detailed die-cast model of an early Starcon Solar Scout in Milky Way today, Starcon's in-flight magazine. It seemed like a great investment at the time. This poor dresser hasn't worked right since they hauled it on board. Wait, were you looking at yourself or at the bureau? Well, same message either way. This lovely kryptonite mood lamp casts a cool glow over the room. It's a picture entitled, Rocket Ship to the Moon. Now, if you could only figure out what the heck a moon is. This headboard contains vital function telemetry modules, full spectrum illumination, and as the ultimate in high-tech entertainment, an 8-track player with quadraphonic sound. Boy, nothing beats being part of an advanced civilization. That's odd, you don't remember having a second pair of pants? Maybe you got an evil twin from a parallel universe walking around the ship naked. It's a medical reference of janitor-specific ailments, diseases of the genitalia. You've been meaning to do this laundry for several months. Now it's permanently stuck to the floor. We named the game after these. You know, Space Quest socks. These are your boots. Wait a second, you're already wearing your boots. Wow, it's your official employment rejection letter from Sierra Online at the end of Space Quest 3. It just says, not a chance, and it's signed by Ken Williams.
Hey, here's that pack of matches you stole from the Ulan's Flats bar when you returned to Space Quest 1 during the time travel sequence in Space Quest 4. It's a discarded cigar stub from the Galaxy Galleria in Space Quest 4. Hey, it's the Pocket Pal terminal you filched from an abandoned land speeder on Xenon during Space Quest 4. Whoa, it's the star generator remote control you found aboard the Sarian ship during Space Quest 1. Looky, it's your old Labion Terror Beast mating whistle from Space Quest 2. Wow, it's the old translating gadget you used to communicate with the subterranean alien back on the planet Corona in Space Quest 1. Too bad they don't make those little dilithium watch batteries anymore. Ooh, it's your old Autobucks card from your shopping spree at the Galaxy Galleria after you saved the latex babes from that hideous sea slug in Space Quest 4. It's expired, unfortunately, but then you don't need much money aboard the deep ship. Besides, people would talk if they saw you dressed that way again. Say it's the old hint book you found in the bargain bin at the software store in Space Quest 4. You killed your Antarian foreground plant. This is a Beetlejuice clamoring hagfish fern. You've tried everything you could think of to get it back to health. Unfortunately, all you could think of to do was to stand over it and say, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. You had tickets to see Quasar live in concrete with Beatrice. That was before you got busted back down to janitor and assigned to this dad-blasted floating heck hole of a mother-talking spaceship. A note, this game has scrupulously avoided any rough language that would result in having to be rated as an adults-only computer or video game by the Game Censorship Board of the U.S. Senate Subcommittee. It's a 4-socket recursive current subspace grounded outlet with your heater plugged into it. It's never enough, of course. When are ship's services going to send up that power strip you asked for? You've got a Quattro-Zevi portable quartz heater set up in here.
Wow, a message for me. I must be getting popular. I wonder what it is.
Wilco, Commander Kilbasa here. I have a special assignment for you. A crew person of special skills is required on Delta Berxilon 5. In the spirit of Starcon cooperation, we have decided to offer them your assistance. Transport there immediately. Kilbasa out.
Okay, I'm ready. Energize!
Commander Kielbasa and that other guy look like they're just finishing up a conversation.
Janitor Wilco, Dr. Bellows and I were just talking about you. Please report to Sharpei's quarters, Janitor Wilco. She is in need of someone with your special skill set. Be quick about it.
Yes, sir.
Janitor second class, Roger Wilco, reporting as ordered, ma'am.
Wilco, you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Wilco, I expected you here some time ago. I've been kept waiting for minutes now.
I'm very sorry, Matt.
Save the pathetic whimperings for your Starcon superiors, which I would expect includes everyone and everything on the food chain over there.
Ma'am, I came as...
Young man, I lack the time, and most importantly, the patience to indulge you as you whine your way from one excuse to the next. May we please just begin?
Sorry, but I wasn't briefed on what tasks would be required of me.
You are a janitor, Mr. Wilco. What do you think I want from you, a heart transplant? What has become of Starcon? When my fifth husband, Admiral Bluntthang, served, the crop of up-and-coming cadets seemed to have such promise. I recall this one rather striking cadet who... Oh, well, never mind that. But you... I pray you do not typify what might be slithering down the halls of our formerly prestigious academy. That is one thing I do not look forward to witnessing. Get to work, Mr. Wilco. You'll find a mop and a bucket right over there. I have no time to devote to your education. That would take a lifetime, and the most copious amount of patience a universe could muster. My life is soon to expire. Please, just clean. I must rest now.
This is the personal medical suite of the legendary Sharpei. She spends her advancing days here at the ever-expanding retirement complex on Delta Berxalon 5. The wrinkled one rests quietly in her crapomatic adjustable bed.
Hello, ma'am.
Just do your duties, janitor.
It looks like a heart monitor. It must be amazingly sensitive since this crusty old beast appears rather heartless. A contaminated waste items receptacle stands awaiting contaminated waste items. It looks like an empty specimen jar. Maybe later, if you find some free time, you could give it a fill. Keeps the techs guessing. It's some scanner-looking thing above the bed.
Mr. Wilco, I asked you to mop the floors. Do I have to get Commander Kilbasa in here to get you to do your job?
No, ma'am. I'll get right on it, ma'am.
That's a joke can. The old-timers use it to fake the new interns into thinking they have sucking chest wounds. It's a real hoot. It's some sort of medical unit. You don't know what it is. After all, you're a janitor, not a doctor, damn it.
Mr. Wilco, I asked you to mop the floors. Do I have to get Commander Kilbasa in here to get you to do your job?
No, ma'am. I'll get right on it, ma'am.
Mr. Wilco, please rattle the handle on that commode. It is positively maddening.
You got it, right away, ma'am. Whatever I can do.
Please do it, and quietly. I must have my rest.
A porcelainite throne serves as the centerpiece of the bathroom.
Mr. Wilco, it is time for me to take my meds. Please fetch my trisonic sortium from the medicine cabinet.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe I can get this old hag to overdose.
What was that, janitor?
Nothing, ma'am. I'll get those for you right away.
It's a cabinet containing old Sharpei's drugs.
I can't find her medicine. I don't think she knows what she's talking about.
Hey, what the...
While we await a fully formed thought from Roger, it should be mentioned that there seems to be some sort of gas entering the room through the left vent.
Hey, there seems to be some sort of gas entering the room through the left vent. I seem to be in a world of deep... Ah, jeez, the door! Rats, it won't budge. I've got to get out of here somehow. No windows, and the walls are solid bulkhead, and I'm too big to flush myself out of here. This is the only way. What would MacGyver do now?
It looks a lot more detailed than it did in Space Quest 4, that's for sure. And you thought the fumes from lactose intolerance were bad. The hydro-riser piston gleams proudly, truly up to the task of propping up the most expansive of dermally housed humanoids. You give the piston a yank, and sure enough, it comes loose in your hands. Perhaps it was your raw strength. More than likely, it was defective. It's the Crap-O-Matic adjustable piston. Good thinking! Wedged in the door, the manual override control causes the piston to strain against the door. It pushes a few inches and seems to strain at that point.
Wilco!
Oh, hi, Stellar. What are you doing here?
There's no time to talk, Roger. We've got to get out of here now. 1, 2, 3.
Just as you crash to the floor of the turbo shaft, the hydro riser piston gives way, and the door slams shut, with Stellar still trapped inside. You claw and pull at the seams of the bulkhead door, but to no avail. Just then, you hear and feel an explosion which seems to have come from behind the door. The door is sealed tight. You can hear no other noise after the ear ringing from the blast subsides.
My God, I can't believe this. It can't be happening. She was... I was... Stellar!
It's hard to believe that this is the Hollow Suite. The setting is much like the graphics you've scanned in the library from those planets more interesting in their climatic diversity. From the scenic jutting peaks, soft hills, and lake in the conjured distance to the lush pixelized growth of trees, flowers, and grass in the foreground, the holodeck has that sublime park-like perfection. Unfortunately, its serene beauty is sadly negated by the headstones and the solemn event about to occur, the laying to rest of your rescuer and true friend, Stellar Santiago. You are feeling as you have never felt before, perhaps helped along by the relatively short stints aboard the various ships, as well as all too brief friendships. You've been spared the emotional devastation of true loss by lack of attachment. This, however, is a different feeling. Far different from anything you've ever experienced. You can't help but wonder how you'd act towards Stellar given a second chance. But you know that can never happen. She gave her life for you, and you will never be able to thank her. Enough smarm already. Let's funeral!
Ladies and/or gentlemen, we assemble here today to honor the memory of a former crewmate, Lieutenant First Class Stellar Santiago. Her unfortunate death takes place in the shadow of a new community, the dawning of a new life for the aged of our galaxy. Although death is never easy to accept, we must remember that the tragic accident which took her from our midst occurred while she was on duty. If a member of Starcon must perish for some reason, there is no more honorable way. It is part of the oath we recite and take to heart when we pledge our allegiance. I believe her friend, Janitor Second Class Roger Wilco, has a few words he'd like to say. Mr. Wilco?
That's the holographic gravedigger. His program certainly is low-key. Pay no attention to them. They're just extras we hired to fill the room. Come on, you know him. That's Dorf, the deep ship's nearsighted and relatively clueless security chief. It's your average, everyday holo chaplain. Stunningly real, don't you think? The sky is the proverbial azure that so many humans find soothing and reminiscent of home. Unless, of course, they're from LA or Denver.
geez, the coffin. The true gravity of Stellar's death hits you in the, stomach, nearly making you physically ill. It's really true.
I only knew Stellar for a short time. I wish I, could have gotten to know her much better. To have had a deeper understanding of this, person. I was proud to have called friend. Of my friend, I can only say this. Of all the souls I have encountered in my cleaning, hers were the most scuff-resistant.
Wow, a message for me. I must be getting popular. I wonder what it is.
Roger, help me. I only have a moment. They faked.
Stellar, what happened? The picture's gone. You're alive?
Commander Kilbasa, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I've just received a distress message on my compost. And it was from Stellar.
Wilco, have you been whiffing cleaning fluid again?
I'm absolutely as sane as I've ever been. She's being held on Delta Berxilon by Sharpei.
Wilco, do you realize how irrational that sounds? We buried Stellar. You were there. Maybe you need a rest. Take a couple of hours off.
Sir.
Wilco, we have our orders from Starcon and we'll be carrying them out. Drop it, janitor. Leave the bridge now, Wilco. I've made my decision.
These are the holodeck programming controls.
Those buttons seem to be self-explanatory. I wonder what they do.
Welcome to Holosuite Program 5551212, the Vulgar Nerve Pinch. Despite our reputation for being pacifist, we Vulgars have developed an extremely practical martial arts technique used mainly for defensive purposes. It is called the Vulgar Nerve Pinch. This is a tactile oral maneuver in which the applier pinches the bundle of nerve fibers at the base of the neck while whispering into the victim's ear dialogue from either Tango and Cash or Hudson Hawk. This particular combination of nerve stimuli and loss of cerebral control due to the torturous mantra of movie dialogue results in a searing flash of pain and then unconsciousness. In effect, it is similar to a temporary orally induced robotomy. Victims are soon rendered unconscious for several hours. When they awaken, they will remember nothing of how they came to be unconscious, if they are extremely lucky. I shall demonstrate on my most eager volunteer. You will please to pay attention. Address the subject in this manner. Please to notice the location of my hand as I begin the narcotic chant of cinematic morphine.
He mutters something thankfully unintelligible into the ear of the volunteer.
Oh, thank you, sir. Maybe you can fetch me up with your sister. I have told you after her and we're gonna have margaritas together. Oh, the two of us get we have fun. Oh, get a hubba going in the wee. And I just like that. We
So, as you can see, it is very effective. If you can apply a proper grip to the neck, it will disable 9 out of 10 neck-bearing species. This completes our program. Thank you very much.
This is 8 Rear, the ship's lounge. Here crew members come to relax, drink, eat, converse, party, hit on each other, brawl, hurl, pass out, and intrude on each other's personal space. These pillars stretch 3 decks up to the high vaulted ceiling of 8 Rear. Your neck bones grind unpleasantly as you look up at the top of the pillars.
Ouch!
A friendly Mr. Soylent food replicator stands in wait to serve anyone who wants a snack. Technically, these aren't replicators. They're wormholes into the restaurant universe. But the food still tastes replicated because the chefs in the restaurant universe are mostly ex-Monolith Burger employees and know nothing about food. And we thought the Elvis 1987 poster in our office was tasteless. 2 scientific dudes stand by the back window talking stars. It's hard to say anything sarcastic about them since stargazers are inherently cool. An unusual plant specimen that someone left behind, it appears to be thriving here. Perhaps it prefers beer and popcorn to fertilizer and you grow it lamps. It's your old non-organic friend, Circuit Sydney. The anti-grav seats make sure you're always the proper distance from the table and that you're never short of legroom.
Hello, Roger. Please join me in consuming something.
Thanks, Sydney.
You seem uptight.
Say what? Upright? What are you talking about, Sydney?
Uptight was the word. Perhaps that is too archaic a reference for you. It would have been more effective to say that you seem concerned.
Oh, yeah. I do have a thing or two, well, at least something on my mind.
I am sorry to hear this. I hope your concerns are soon alleviated.
Thanks, Sid. I do have to come up with some solutions. Sydney, I have a favor I'd like to ask of you.
Flame away, Roger. You know I'd give you my right appendage if you needed it.
Funny you should say that, Sydney. I kind of have this situation where that very item could come in handy.
Really? Well, I was merely saying that metaphorically.
You really are a great friend, Sydney. That'll come in real handy. I can't thank you enough, Sydney.
Well, if you really are seriously in need of it, I suppose I could lend it to you. You will get it right back to me, won't you, Roger?
Oh, yeah. You bet your nut flanges, Sydney. Sydney, I kind of need another favor. I need one of your eyes.
Pardon me, Roger. For a second, I thought you said you also wanted one of my eyes. I must have my auditory circuits diagnosed.
Well, actually, Sydney, I could use one of your eyes.
Are you certain, Roger? Well, I guess if you really need it...
Oh, I do. I really do, Sydney. You're a mechanized lifesaver.
You will return them soon, right, Roger?
Oh, of course, Sydney. Real soon. Listen, I've got a couple of things I've got to attend to. I'll see you soon. Thanks, Sydney.
As long as you say it will be soon, Roger.
Oh, yeah. See you soon, Sydney.
This is Sydney's left eye. It's the right arm circuit Sydney was so kind to loan you. This is the entrance to the shuttle bay. Since the shuttle bay is a hazardous area and since visiting dignitaries often pass through these doors, security is extremely tight here. Magnum opus belongs to an elite Starcon fighting forces called the Flying Flingers, FF for short. That's Chesbro, one of the shuttle bay guards. Magnum doesn't talk. He fancies himself to be like one of those Buckingham Palace types.
Ooh, boy, I got you with my fingers in your Kurt Russell. Now you can't get away. I got you now that you've got a hard to believe this is a real job. Oh, my God. So how come you're not going down? I got you with your mumbo-jumbo and your hubba-chubba. Oh, boy. If I only could, I would. Jeez, why don't you step outside, pal? I got you with this. And, I think I broke a fingernail here.
You are very fortunate to not be a prisoner on one of those Cervic cruisers. They'd have you eating your... Oh, heck, never mind. You don't need to hear that right before you eat, that's for sure. Ooh, I do go on a little. Enjoy. I'll be back to pick up the cart. With the force field on, I trust you won't be going anywhere. I have some matters to attend to now.
Cool. Bobbit kebabs. They whip up some interesting food items in this joint.
These look like something they cleaved from the side of Yoda's head. Now it has some cool ears.
I remember what this is. It's a rack of ORAT. Haven't seen this stuff since Space Quest 1.
The rack of ORAT adds a nice touch. It's one of the interestingly shaped pastries you took from the food cart. An interesting idea. Something's starting to take shape. What are you up to, Roger? It's a tuberous growth of some sort from the food cart. A touchment of that adds something more to your work in progress. It's a nice round melon. Something seems to be taking shape here.
How creative. It's a plate of grill hair spaghetti. That's a nice touch. Something seems to be taking shape here.
Whoa, I see you have a visitor. I'll leave you two alone, but you know the rules. 10 more minutes and they have to leave.
Yikes, it's a good thing Dorf's so vain about wearing his prescribed much thicker glasses. That was too close. I nearly dampened an undergarment.
This is some very fine food, whatever it is. I'm sure you'll find it quite to your liking. Heck, it's probably better than what they feed you janitors. Live it up! Oh, that darn light needs to be amplified. I need to contact maintenance.
Nice work. Sometimes you actually surprise me. You don't need 2 donuts. Trust me. A nice fatty donut. Magnum will probably scarf this down. After all, he needs to maintain his boyish tub-o'-guts figure. It's the donut you filched from the food cart. It's a bottle of morphine. Good thinking. You're being watched.
Ooh, boy, I got you with my fingers in your Kurt Russell. Now you can't get away. I got you now that you've got a... Hard to believe this is a real job. Oh, my God. So how come you're not going down? I got you with your mumble jumbo and your hobbit chubby. Ooh, boy, if I only could, I would. Jeez, why don't you step outside, pal? I got you with this. And, I think I broke a fingernail here.
Smooth move. You've got his keyring. It's a key with a little button thingy attached to it. The shuttle's alarm is now deactivated. The shuttle's alarm is now activated. Yep, he's non-functional, all right. It's the right arm circuit Sydney was so kind to loan you. It's a key with a little button thingy attached to it. The shuttle's alarm is now deactivated. The shuttle always looks trashed like this when it gets back from one of those intergalactic tailgate parties. The shuttle bay doesn't look so spacious from in here. In fact, it looks kind of fuzzy. The lights here are half spectrum in order to give everyone the same pale blue mole person look.
Who in the world left all this trash in here? Isn't somebody supposed to clean up the shuttle when it comes back from a mission? Oh, wait, that's me. On second thought, it doesn't look so bad, after all.
These are the seats for the pilot and navigator, built of a semi-translucent gel foam that molds itself to the shape of whoever's sitting in it. The semi-transparency also makes it easier to spot loose change and crumbs that have fallen between the cushions. It's a recall notice. It's the recall notice. This is Sydney's left eye.
Let's see if this sucker works.
Hey! Here's your fish!
Janitor Wilco, what are you doing? You have no authorization to take that shuttle. To make matters worse, you have launched into the middle of a super double reverse anti-anomaly. You will turn that ship around immediately and head back to the shuttle bay. Do you understand, Wilco?
Bite me, Commander.
What was that last transmission, Wilco?
We're having a little problem with the signal, sir. I mean, with all due respect, sir, I did plead with you not to leave Stellar behind. Sir, I sense that something's just not right with that community. I don't believe Stellar is dead, and I just can't leave her there. I'm going to do this, sir, regardless of the consequences. Stellar saved my life not once, but twice. I owe her.
Well, that was her own stupid mistake. I demand that you return at once, Wilco. If you do so and surrender now, your record will be taken into consideration during your disciplinary hearing.
Oh, that'll help you loads.
I'm sorry, sir, but I just can't. I have to do this.
Wilco, you fool!
Just then, the shuttle is sucked into the anti-anomaly. Communication with the deep ship has been disrupted.
Sir, I am unable to access the navigational computer. I am guessing that it may have overloaded just as the divalium crystal somehow went offline. Once repairs have been made and the shuttle engines have been refired, I believe I can follow the deep ship's ion trail back to Delta Berxilon 5.
That would be quite cool, Manuel. You sure about that?
Once the divalium crystal has been repaired, our electrical system reestablished, and the engines fired, I am 97.2% certain.
Why only 97.2%?
I judged 97.2% to sound more hip to our audience than would 100. You would have to mention it.
Sorry.
Don't apologize to me. It's the players you ruined it for.
It appears to be the shuttle's version of a glove box. You pull the handle and hear something release on the outside of the shuttle. The shuttle closet contains an EVA suit and helmet for those infrequent repairs. It's the most indispensable item in the universe, duct tape. It's a tube of Elmo's Gluezol. It's the pump you retrieve from the shuttle trunk. It reminds you of one of those hand pumps you use when the astrohead plugs up. That's your extravehicular activity, or EVA suit. That's your helmet. With a head like yours, you're lucky they even supplied you with a helmet. The unfilled hollow of space is now just a fabric's thickness away. You forgot just how much more spectacular the view is from outside. You won't find anything like this in any oxygen-filled environment except maybe for that small vacuous chamber barely holding your ears apart. That, of course, is your freshly stolen shuttle from the DeepShip 86. These are the shuttle's jumper cables. That sure doesn't make you feel real secure about this spacecraft if those are standard equipment. These are the shuttle's jumper cables. That sure doesn't make you feel real secure about this spacecraft if those are standard equipment. It's a help sign. It's the help sign from the shuttle's trunk.
Hello, sweetheart. You look like you could use a little assistance. Is there anything I can do?
Well, yes, there is. Thanks for stopping.
Well, you just name it, I guess.
It seems I've stalled my engines. Could you give me a jump? I have cables.
I'd jump you in a heartbeat, dollface. I guess you must have got caught up in that anti-anomaly. It can be a real pain in the... Well, anyway, let's get it done.
Well, here's your end of the cables.
I'll let you know when I'm all hooked up. Contact!
Okay, Manual. We're all hooked up. Give it a try.
You pick strange methods of getting a charge out of life. It's the recall notice for the owner's manual. It reads, "Dear Ham Shuttle Owner, it has come to our attention that there is a minor misprint in the owner's manual for the 1000 series of shuttles. Until a new manual can be acquired, please disregard page 73, paragraph 4 of that manual."
Okay, Manual. We're all hooked up. Give it a try.
Bye-bye, Sugar Bunny. I gotta be running along.
Hey, thanks for stopping to help me.
See ya.
What's with this fish deal? Now one's stuck in the engine intake. You neatly replace the EVA suit in its proper place. This compartment contains the Devallium crystal subprocessor and main flux coupling.
Wow. The crystal seems to have broken. I swear it wasn't me.
Now we're in deep.
Hey, I've gotten us this far, haven't I?
Yes, and what a wonderful place it is. How did I get hooked up in this deal? My agent's going to be hearing from me big time.
It's a tube of Elmo's Gluezol. This is the data corder you got from that endodroid hunter dude. This button opens and closes the data corder's faceplate. This is the data corder power source, a tiny chip of devallium crystal, the official power source of Starcon. It's a piece of divallium crystal. You pour glue all over the crystal. You hold the glue-coated segment to the broken devallium crystal for 10 seconds to set the glue.
Good work, sir. I believe I can now follow the ion trail of DeepShip 86 back to Delta Berxalon 5.
Wow, a mad scientist working on a planet called Delta Berxalon. You wonder what he's doing here? Designing women, perhaps? Sorry? This is one of the nanotechnology laboratories in the Golden Light Years research installation. A couple of Bunsen burners sit on the counter. This lab table has a pleasingly round shape and a conveniently flat surface. This is the only piece of equipment in the lab that's totally unfamiliar to you. It appears biomechanical in nature with a metallic skin that seems to expand and contract slightly. This depiction of a region holder is based on science fact and current NASA research. Science so hard, you could bounce an asteroid off of it. This lab table has a conveniently round shape and pleasingly flat surface. A cybergenic incubator. You've heard about them. You've seen pictures in magazines, but you never thought you'd actually get to see one up close.
Big whoop.
You peek inside the cage and see... Prip Thrip, a kind of moth that beats you up, steals your team jacket, and then eats it. A beautiful ruby-backed flagellant hops around in this cage, whipping itself with its prehensile tail. It looks like a typical tank of smegminium, a cheesy substance used in the manufacture of projectiles, thrusters, and pistons. There's a nice variety of books on the doctor's shelf. The Hidden Life of Ore Rats. What they don't teach you at Starcon Academy. All I need to know I learned from the Q Continuum. And the Hunt for Red Corpuscle. I think it's a damn box. Say, they've got all 4 volumes of Asik Asimov's Foundation Trilogy. The subject of this memo reads, Submicroscopic Neural Linkages. It looks like maybe it holds a set of books or something. This would be something foreign to you. This lab report charts the progress of the Golden Light Years Orbital Retirement Village. This page appears to be a memo from Sharpei to Dr. Bellows. It's a monitor! You've seen one before. In fact, you're seeing 2 right now. Gee-Dad, it's a North Gateway with 5 gigabytes of RAM, a molecular memory hard disk with infinite capacity, a dodecaspeed CD-ROM drive, microsloth-compatible mouse, and a built-in 10K pin laser printer. Just 3 more gigabytes and you can install OS 2 on it. It's just techie stuff. There is a Callahan Mahdi here. Seems you remember talking about those things to someone recently.
Mr. Wilco, I would advise you to stay out of my personal belongings. I do not want to have to get physical with you. Mind you, I will if I have to, and don't think I can't take you.
It's Dr. Bellows, Delta Berxalon's token evil scientist.
Hello, Doctor.
Janitor Wilco? What in blazes are you doing here?
Well, Doc, I got a distress call.
So why are you here?
Because I know it originated here. In fact, it was from Stellar Santiago.
You're out of your mind, Wilco. Now go away and leave me alone. I've got important work to do. Goodbye.
I know something's up here, Doc, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. You'll be sorry, pal.
Yes, whatever you say, Wilco. Just get out of my face.
It's just an old beat-up chip. It appears to be an old 1586 circuit board. Oh, that's right. You're not supposed to be a techie. We hope we didn't confuse you. You've heard of black boxes, haven't you? Well, this one's red. It's just techie stuff. There is a Callahan Mahdi here. Seems you remember talking about those things to someone recently. It appears to be a Callahan Mahdi. Seems you remember someone talking about these recently. You take possession of the Callahan Mahdi.
It's the Callahan Mahdi you scavenged from Delta Berksalon.
Sir, I believe I may be able to tap myself into the PTS and perform a limited set of functions.
PTS?
Yes, sir. PTS, the Photo Triangulation System. It was installed as a crude backup navigational device to the modern navigational computer system. It's what you see before you mount it in the middle view screen.
This button activates the PTS system. This is the Photo Triangulation System unit. It houses the optics as well as the print recorder and ejector. Obviously, this button controls the photo triangulation system, which is the heart of the navigational selection system on the DS-86 series of shuttles. This is the photo taken with the photo triangulation system. You peel apart the photo and negative from your first PTS image. This is the second PTS photo. It has yet to be peeled apart. You peel apart the photo and negative from the second PTS image. This is the second photo positive. It's the first positive image from the PTS. It's the negative from the second PTS image.
The PTS is online and working. We can now launch to polysorbate.
This is the shuttle's cockpit. All the action takes place right here.
What may I do for you, sir? Step over to the transport pad and I will beam you down to the surface of polysorbate.
Manual tosses you a transport signaler.
You can only use this from the place I beam you to.
It's a transport signaler. Now there's an interesting sounding business name. You wonder what they sell. It's a marketing device for dumb. They design and manufacture a wide variety of implants, prosthetics, and conversion attachment kits. Hopefully their product is better made than their sign is. Yikes! Can it be? Why, yes it is. It's Fester Blatz, former owner and proprietor of Fester's World o' Wonders, a cheesy little tourist trap on the desert planetoid of Fleabot. The t-shirt looks, and unfortunately smells, like the same one he wore on Fleabot. He has the expression of someone enjoying a permanent wedgie. He has aged somewhat. Looks like he's grown a few more neck rings. These last few years have been rough on him. From what you remember of him, he used to be kind of an aqua blue. Now he looks like a used lug liner, or the color of a Varillian miner's loogie.
Yeah, I got 'em in a few months ago, fresh from the harvesting facility. Genuine dumb brand cranial stocks. Perfect for when just one or two accidental nicks from those amateur scalpels can render your home-built being useless as lips on a... Oh, never mind. Just rip out that old stock and slam in one of these little beauties and your home-built being will be carrying out your bidding in no time. Guaranteed. Brain-dead products have been a staple of the home-built being hobbyist for decades now. They make a fine line of adapter plugs which allow for cross-species component swapping. Means you'll be able to pick up parts anywhere other beings exist. Nice deal, huh? They also make a pretty fine moddy. Get tired of what kind of mood your droid, or spouse for that matter, is in? Why, you just slap in one of those babies and bingo! You can modify them into a whole new attitude. Find a wife type who won't pay some big buckazoids for that. Too bad the sale of them is illegal. About all I do is trade for 'em. It's one of them loopholes, guess you could say. Kinda developed a hobby of collecting the suckers.
Wow, an Apple II Plus running biorhythms. You thought IBM had rounded all those up and landfilled them decades ago, back when Apple started the push to open home computing to the public, making it fun and accessible. The drawers seem to be crammed with Madi's plug-in modification implants, and the various adapters necessary to make them work universally. Fester has quite a collection of these, which is surprising. The sale of those things was banned years ago.
Yeah, sometimes when you do a lot of cranial work, you gotta replace the fluid so the old brain isn't just bouncing around in there like a BB. But then you're probably already used to that.
An empty tank of gen blood sits in the dust. A generic synthetic blood which was originally designed for use as a temporary blood substitute in the event of traumatic loss. It has become a favorite in the You Build a Beast Brotherhood.
Yeah, this is the only place on the planet to get a good lobe piercing, I tell ya. And even though we don't have to, we do use only Lorshan quality body part piercing products. Less chance of pus buildup and drainage that way. That stuff tends to dull the erythrium coating on the hardware. Them syringes you can use with lidocaine if you got some. Sometimes you gotta give old Butch a jump start right at first.
Now you know what happened to the infamous R2 line of droids. They've been reduced to carrying out the most trivial of tasks. Fester's using one for a gen blood blender. How sad. The R2 line of droids seemed like the hottest thing going in their day. Then they found that one little flaw in the programming. Unfortunately, the princess's personal life will never be quite the same. This one's labeled fresh. By the looks of things around here, fresh is a very relative term. What can be said that isn't painfully obvious? That bores me so. What's special about this Abby Normal guy? Good night, Mr. Feldman, wherever you are.
Howdy, stranger. The name's Blatz. Fester Blatz. Welcome to Implants and Stuff. Go ahead. Have a look around at some of the most interesting replacement body components this lovely planetoid has to offer.
Oh, a nice fresh sales pitch.
It's the Callahan Modi you scavenged from Delta Berksalon.
Hello there, Mr. Blatz. I think I have something you might be interested in.
Think so, hey?
Oh, I really think you'll find it interesting.
Ooh! Why, I'd love to take that off your hands. Of course, you realize that it's illegal to sell those, but I could trade you for something. Look around and see what interests you.
I could really use a cyberspace jack.
Tell you what, I'll trade you for one of those fine specimens in the case. What do you say?
No, I want the jack or it's no deal.
Oh, now take it easy, Sonny. I think we can do business.
I'm glad you see it my way. It's been a pleasure. Take care, Fester. I gotta fly. That's the cyberspace jack.
It's a transport signaler.
Your whimper is my command, sir.
It looks like a cyberjack plug receptor.
That's the cyberspace jack.
Talk about a brave new world. You'd better be up for it if you plan to explore this cyber terrain.
This cyber terrain is just a little arid. It's just more evidence to confirm the old adage that if there's time enough to do it, there's time enough to do it half-assed.
The sign says it all. There was much talk and rhetoric about the information superhighway, but the executive and legislative branches seem quite opposed to getting together on just about anything either one of them introduces. Just look at the space program. Anyway, the frustration of a former employee is documented in the amendments to the opens date. This seems to be the contractor's office for the information superhighway. It's not too congested. Wow, a genuine Tonkoid M501, and the best year, too. It's been a long time since it's rolled over any plastic crate. It's a BFT 9000 Cyber Earth mover. Girders, some of the building materials some airheaded committee thought necessary for their project, lay unused and heavily rusted. A long section of board lies on the ground. Bet you can't fit that thing in your pants. Guess I was wrong. It does fit. There must be plenty of spare room in there. It's the plank you found at the construction site. The port ahead by Shroades Johns Incorporated stands silently waiting to make its designated collection of organic waste products. Oh, mama! I'm guessing one too many burritos for the last guy in here. A carelessly discarded bucket of building material has been spilled and allowed to harden. Old highway safety devices recycled from either a decade or 10 years ago stand alert and ready for the non-existent workers to use. A rag hangs from the sawhorse. Who knows what it last wiped up? It feels slightly gritty. You suppress an urge to dust it. A screwdriver lies on the ground, probably discarded by the malcontent who vandalized the sign. It's the screwdriver you found outside the cyberspace trailer. This is the temporary on-site supervisor's office. It was abandoned with the rest of the project once funding was slashed. It looks like some poor slob actually waited for his number to be called and died for his troubles. Looks like a programmer just prior to shipping. This is the magic window whence you came. Very tidy. A trash can. That might be a perfect place to store all those vital screen-saving programs like that cool Yasser Arafat version you've downloaded from POL. Pardon me, but I'm just a little nervous about this trash can thing. Didn't someone already go to court and spend wads of buckazoids over this?
Gary! Just read the copy, for Christ's sakes. We're not paying you to think. We just want that pretty voice of yours. All right, you friggin' union geek. Okay, people. Mr. Owens has gathered himself together, and we are ready to pick it up from that oh-so-fascinating Barney Fife meets Perry Mason segue. All right. Animation to speed. And roll.
Although just a false front icon, it holds the promise of a tomorrow where true plug-and-play AM radio is no longer just a dream.
This world's a great big ball of dirt with 50 billion souls who like to sit around and veg down in the dark like moles. But me, I'm just the kind of girl who loves the open air and bits of unburned hydrocarbons blowing through my hair. New soil is clear, at last it's here with clearly better taste. Less people too like...
That's a clock icon. A darling little fan icon decorates the Accessories Program Group. Look, they even plan to have screensavers. A good idea for when those lines are all tied up. Who says they aren't thinking ahead? That's delightfully non-helpful. Similar to the mint bowl found on the desks of receptionists in those pre-super information highway days, a mint candy icon symbolically takes up valuable desktop space. You virtually eat the nearly real mint. Your virtual breath is now virtually minty fresh. That, boys and girls, is Sis Innie. She runs things around here like an iron maiden, with the firmness of titanium BVDs with the control of a steel belt-reinforced brassiere.
Does your number match the one shown by the counter?
No, I don't seem to have that one, but...
Oh, I am sorry, sir. Strangely enough, there's no provision for buts in this system. You either have the number shown or you do not. Now, please await the calling of your number. Thank you very much. I have important things to do.
Numbered cyber cards hang here, chiming peacefully in the cyber breeze.
Cut! Wait a minute! What is this chiming in the cyberspace crap? Scott, get over here. Change this.
What? Frickin' director. This guy would know a good line if it climbed up his... Oh, here.
All right, that's better. Try it again, Gary.
Numbers hang here.
You saw it here first. A preview of the famed information superhighway. Wow.
Does your number match the one shown by the counter?
As a matter of fact, I do possess that number. Read it and weep, Pixel Woman.
Oh no, you can't possibly. Oh. Well, I guess you're right.
You bet your palate, little 32 by 32 pixel mama.
You seem quite interested in the simplest forms of illumination. This is an old style of incandescent illumination. It was deemed inefficient because of the large quantity of byproduct heat it generates. But you know government contracts, they probably have enough of these to last longer than William Shatner's first chest toupee. Massive file cabinets stretch off into the distance. This should be a cinch. Each sign denotes the range of alphabetized files in that row. There are some useless papers strewn about the floor. This is inexcusable, especially since it's not your floor to clean up. Oh, that doesn't look good. Apparently the ladder hasn't been relocated in some time. The cyber printer accepts your cyber file gratefully and begins to print. The question is, what exactly is the output of a cyber printer? Well, what do you know? Maybe there is something to this superhero reputation thing after all. And after that episode with the egg beater, I thought you'd never impress me again. It's the plank you found at the construction site. You smartly drop the board in place, spanning the gap between the two bridge sections. Some printouts have emerged from the doctor's printer. You know, he's a bit ticked at you. I'd leave him alone unless you've got something really important to bug him about. These are the printouts of the files you've collected from cyberspace as evidence against Dr. Bellows.
Well, Dr. Bellows, I think you've got some explaining to do.
You're out of your mind, Wilco.
So, what do you have to say for yourself now, Doctor?
Confronted with the facts found in the files you located, he freaks and spills all.
My...
Eloquently stated.
I didn't think this all the way through until I'd crossed my own personal ethical line. I was already... It had already gone too far. The experiments alone... I thought I could do just this one thing and still live with myself. Love can move a person to do some strange things, Wilco. She knew how I felt and used it to her advantage.
I think I know what you mean about that love thing, but wait a minute. Slow down. Are you saying you have the hots for... I mean, you are actually romantically intrigued by Sharpei? Wow. You are serious. I agree that love can make you do some weird stuff. In this case, though, it made you do some stuff that was unethical and illegal, Doctor. Where is Stellar Santiago? I know she was alive, that her death was faked. What have you done with her?
Great Caesar's ghost. The woman, she's still alive, but I'm afraid not much time remains.
She is? What do you mean, not much time remains?
As you must realize by now, the Golden Light Years project was merely a front for the research I'd been conducting per Sharpei's wishes. She is intensely fearful of death. You probably didn't notice that she is getting up in age a bit.
Yeah, who could have guessed that?
In very simple terms, Janitor Wilco.
That's Janitor second class, pal. And don't you forget it.
Excuse me, Janitor second class. As I was saying, Sharpei feared dying, enough to take the lives of others to save her own. She knew I loved her. I remember the day I met her. It was at the funeral of... oh, I believe it was her fourth husband, and I remember never having seen her look so radiant. I fell for her, hard, and she knew it. You should have seen her in black.
I'll pass, thanks. Just tell me about Stellar.
Okay. The bottom line is that I have developed a way to extend Sharpei's life by transferring her mental essence into the body of another. It was to be you until your friend Stellar Santiago got in the way. We thought no one would miss you. Go figure. What I have done is to employ nanotechnology to take over the designated host body, as is happening with your friend as we speak.
Stellar's body is being taken over by Sharpei? Jeez, I don't understand. Is there anything we could do to stop it?
I've never really thought of it that way.
Well, think about it now. We have to save Stellar. You can't let her die. You can redeem yourself at least to some degree, Doc.
As much as it pains me to admit it, you're right, Roger. You're right. Okay, I think I may have a plan. We can save her. There are some interesting spin-off technological breakthroughs. I'm going to send you in to stop Sharpei.
Say what? No, I don't think...
It's her only chance. If you seriously care for your friend, you'll do this.
Oh, the only way, huh?
The only way.
Well, okay then. I hope you're sure about this.
I'm positive. Here's how we shall go about it. You will move your shuttle into Lab B. Meanwhile, I will generate new software for your shuttle's navigational system, which will help you locate the nanites, the very small robotic devices I developed for the intrusion. One of them is Sharpei. If you can stop Sharpei, well, your friend's chances of survival improve immensely. Then, once I have located and extracted you, I shall work to repair whatever damage may have been done to Stellar during the attempted incursion.
The shuttle is nicely miniaturized by the beam deal. Hopefully, it is reversible. Perhaps you should have asked about that. There are some things you can't afford to have smaller.
It's pretty sticky out there. Maybe you should wear your EVA suit. You're treading on the fundus, a broad expanse of tissue covering the outside of the stomach.
Okay, I've changed my mind about doing this. Is it too late? Can I still back out gracefully?
But as soon as the words spring gazelle-like from your lips, you regret them. You're here to do a job. You're here to save Corman Stellar Santiago from a fate worse than death. As if having you inside her wouldn't already be considered such a thing.
That's right. I'm Roger Wilco, dammit. Man of action. Savior of the galaxy. A man trapped in the body of a woman. Wait, that didn't come out right.
That little thing? That's the stolen miniaturized door to your stolen miniaturized shuttle. Good eyesight. Now we'll have to do one of those puzzles where you have to find a 1-pixel coin or something. But hey, who'd design a mean, unfair puzzle like that? Red light. This is not good. Apparently some or all of the intermix element in Fuel Tank 3 was disgorged during your heinous Venus joyride. That's not all that was disgorged, but we'll skip the details. Wow, that's some interesting-looking stuff you've got collected in the engine intake. Looks like a small collection of blood capillaries. It's the bundle of capillaries you appropriated from Stellar. It's alveoli, but it reminds you of spaghetti. It's the bundle of capillaries you appropriated from Stellar. You're treading on the fundus, a broad expanse of tissue covering the outside of the stomach. For some reason, doing so gives you the feeling of being a one-man army. After all, an army does travel on its stomach. You recognize that festering, infected crevice. As if Stellar didn't already have enough to worry about, she's got an ulcer. And it's not just an ulcer, it's puckered. It's a peptic ulcer. This gaping wound is the result of gastric juices eating away at the lining of the stomach, which can happen as a result of excess stomach acid, reduced formation of the mucus which typically lines the stomach's inner wall, or other irritants. But this ulcer is special. Most ulcers aren't big enough to allow janitors to crawl through. You'll have to remember to tell her about it, if you're real lucky and actually survive.
The inside of Stellar's tummy is slippery, mostly because of the mucus secreted by the stomach lining, and there are a few pockmarks here and there, but when push comes to shove, this is the most beautiful stomach you've ever been in. There's just this one thing. Those little robots are the nanites sent down to aid in taking over Stellar's body. They look like guard nanites. But then, for all you know, they could be ballerina nanites.
My goodness, those little guys are efficient. However, based on how they left your boots behind, you might consider some odor eaters.
As do most computer game characters who find themselves in sequels of sequels, you stop the action to reflect on your past exploits. You realize you spent a lot of time looking at the contents of your own stomach. But this is the first time you've gotten such a good look at a pool of someone else's potential discharge. The pools are deceptively still and shallow. They look harmless, but they're seething with pepsin and hydrochloric acid, a chemical brew of protein-dissolving, bacteria-destroying glop, strong enough to dissolve almost anything, especially organic life forms like yourself.
That's pretty far to go just to do your Wizard of Oz impression. Makes you feel tingly all over, doesn't it?
Dang, these look tasty. Boy, that micro-Prozac she inhaled slowed her systems down to a crawl. These things haven't been touched by stomach acid yet. You acquire a candy. These are the candies you retrieve from Stellar's stomach. Interesting. The acid rises, but just not quite high enough to submerge those nanites. You acquire a candy. Interesting. The acid rises, but just not quite high enough to submerge those nanites. You acquire a candy. Interesting. The acid rises, but just not quite high enough to submerge those nanites. A feather? When, rather, if you get the chance, you'll have to quiz Stellar about her dietary habits.
It's one of those ticklish pin feather things.
Loosely woven into the stomach lining is a piece of celery string. That stuff could be used to make steel-belted radial tires stronger. Rumor has it that it was the original inspiration for dental floss. I think I saw that on one of those James Burke shows.
It's a piece of that stringy stuff from celery. How odd! A bent staple. And thus far it has resisted being dissolved by the stomach's acids, probably because of its location and Stellar's apparent lack of oral nourishment during her captivity. The acid probably hasn't risen high enough since this item found its way in here. What in the hell was she doing eating a staple anyway? Maybe it was some fad diet thing in the Galactic Inquirer. It's a piece of staple. You've got to wonder what was on the menu for Stellar's last meal. That's your makeshift grappling hook. That's your makeshift grappling hook. Nice shot.
Good Lord, it's an esophagus. Just like the one I saw dangling from somebody's head in More Dull Combat 2. Except that one was just in a video game. This one is real!
This is the lower part of the esophagus. Just below this is the stomach. A large hunk of Twinkoid cake food product is hanging just below her epiglottis. It appears to have gotten jammed on the way to her stomach for digestion. Doesn't this woman chew? Check out the lungs on this girl. You don't get an opportunity like this every day. These are the trachea and bronchi. That's where the lungs hook in. Those appear to be the aorta and the vena cava. Who knew this was going to be so much fun? At least I think that's what they are. I've never been much of an artery man myself. This is the upper part of the esophagus. The larynx branches off from here, winding its way down to the bronchi and the lungs. Looking above, you see some sort of medical equipment blocking the way to the mouth. Looks like that's not an option for an escape route. It's one of those tiny timed release pills. As I recall, these are designed to not melt down and release their medicines until they've gotten to an area past the stomach. This is the upper area of the duodenum. Matter preprocessed from the stomach enters here through the pylorus above. It has a lovely bile-colored decor, and for a very good reason. This is the area in which raw processed ingestibles are mixed with a variety of secretions for further breakdown. This looks like the center section of the duodenum. It has that same lovely bile-green brilliance. Ah, the old ampulla of Vater, surrounded by the sphincter of Adi. Didn't you always wonder what it looked like? The bile slick seems to be a little fresher there. Welcome to the heart of the bile belt. This is indeed Spew Central. At this location, secretions from the liver, gallbladder, and pancreas merge to form a duodenal delight, guaranteed to break down almost anything the stomach doesn't. The common bile duct runs up from here. That's the top part of the head of Stellar's pancreas. An odd feeling passes through you just being amongst Stellar's organs. This is the cystic duct. You are quite near where the gallbladder becomes part of the bile parade. A large gallstone hangs above the entrance to the gallbladder. Here before you in all its magnificence is the gallbladder. Wasn't this worth the trip? If I'm not mistaken, and I seldom am, that's the mucosa, or inner lining of the gallbladder. It helps make the bile even more vile by absorbing spare water content. Wow, check out all that bile. Looks like her liver's been doing just fine. That's a pool of bile any liver would be proud of. You sure can't speak highly of its aroma. It's the most indispensable item in the universe, duct tape. It's the bundle of capillaries you appropriated from Stellar. You cleverly tape the capillaries together. It's the pump you retrieve from the shuttle trunk. It reminds you of one of those hand pumps you use when the astrohead plugs up. All the little capillaries you collected are nicely attached together with duct tape. Nice work! You've hooked up your makeshift hose to the pump. The pump's ready to do its thing. You chuck one of the taped capillaries over the muscular ledge. It drops into the pool.
You give the pump a stroke or two, and in the process gather a nice helmet load of bile. I guess congratulations are in order. You've got plenty of that stuff, or did you want to take some home to Mom? Nice gallstone collection. Those are the gallstones you collected as souvenirs from Stellar's common bile duct. Let's look at it together and see what we can see, okay? This is the main pancreatic duct. It appears that there's some blockage toward the tail of the pancreas. It definitely gets a bit snug. Seems to be a buildup of cholesterol arterial plaque.
Yeah, this is way too snug. This blockage needs to be cleared. Stellar's going to have to change her diet.
That is, if she can face life after having you inside her. You're the first one on your block to actually possess someone else's alveoli. And here we have the islands of Langerhans. They're a big deal here in the pancreas. Apparently, they play an important part in introducing hormones to the blood system, as well as adding an enzyme which, when joined with the bile secretion from the gallbladder, forms some kind of spew that breaks down stuff the stomach acids don't. Fats, and that kind of thing. Not only that, but some cells release insulin and others release glucagon to counter the insulin. It even offers up a bicarbonate to counteract the stomach's acid. All in all, it's a pretty strange and busy organ.
It just looks like a uvula warehouse to me.
These little islets drip a pancreatic enzyme. This is later mixed with some stuff from the gallbladder to make that wonderful green bile antifreeze-looking stuff that humanoid hurlers the universe over have come to know and hate. A nice pool of pancreatic secretions made up of insulin and glucagon fill the bottom of the islands of Langerhans. Let's look at it together and see what we can see, okay? You maneuver your helmet beneath the drip and manage to snag a nice little dollop of the stuff.
Let's look at it together and see what we can see, okay? You are visually unimpressed. It hurts your eyes to look at that. In fact, you feel a major headache coming on. It's one of those tiny timed-release pills. It looks vaguely like your hiney after it's been chewed out by your boss. It's one of those tiny timed-release pills. You now own one of those tiny timed-release pills. It's one of those neat little time-release time pills. This is the place where the duodenum meets the small intestine. The mixture of food, acids, bile, and enzymes move on from here and pass over the villi, where nutrients are absorbed into the bloodstream. It's a fascinating place, wouldn't you say? This is the very bottom of our old friend, the duodenum. You can see the beginning of the jejunum. The villi start here. They increase the surface area of the small intestine a great deal, giving more area to absorb nutrients. All in all, it just looks like a French tickler turned inside out to me.
A what?
Never mind, it's not important. You are visually unimpressed. Great Scott, that certainly is one buff parasite.
I think I'm gonna spew. But who'll notice? Man, that thing is ugly.
It's a tapeworm. He seems to be lazily grazing in the valley of the villi. Since you've entered the tapeworm not partially digested, you'll probably give him heartburn. I hope you're proud of yourself. It's one of those neat little time-release time pills. Impressive. The tapeworm suddenly becomes much more animated. Please remember to keep your arms and legs on the worm at all times. Yow! Now that's a ride you won't take in the Magic Kingdom. Egads, man, just how low have we sunk? All the way to the junction of the large and small intestines, that's how low. This also happens to be the home of the appendix. That's the beginning of the large intestine, or the colon, as some call it. I believe this would be the cecum. This is the appendix. It's a strange piece of the humanoid anatomy considered by some medical types to be fairly useless. It may not be useful, but it does seem to collect some strange stuff. It looks like an old silver amalgam filling. Must have been bouncing around here for years. You pull away a cracked piece of the filling. It's a chunk of silver tooth filling you found in Stellar's appendix. It's a relatively unscathed paperclip. You carefully, very carefully, stow the paperclip in your pocket. It's a paperclip from Stellar's appendix. You're definitely going to have to talk to Stellar about her eating habits. That is, if you make it out of here. It's a fingernail, complete with paint. These have a knack for making it down here. Suddenly, you wonder when Stellar grew such long nails. Perhaps you haven't been thinking of Stellar as a woman as much as a crewmate. You feel an interesting longing. One look at your surroundings kills that feeling fast. But maybe after this is all over, you snap off a shard of fingernail and gingerly introduce it into your pocket. It's a broken fingernail tip you scavenged from Stellar's appendix. This seems to be a sludge of rather heavy and not-so-digestible items. Sludge reminds you of your old nemesis. Well, you finished him off, but he still causes you to change your clothing more than the average person.
How does she get this stuff into her digestive system? That's a screw Stellar probably doesn't remember. You can't budge it. Talk about hard currency, the Buckazoid has proven itself once again. This is even one of the old-style ones. Might be worth some money. Too bad you can't carry it. You can't budge it.
No, I think I've already done things above and beyond the call of duty. Hey, a guy has to draw the line somewhere, and gosh darn it, this guy's drawn the line right at the colon.
You've never even met her mother.
Yeah.
So you like the worm, huh? You like to ride the worm, huh? I let you ride the worm. Red light. This is not good. Apparently some or all of the intermix element in fuel tank 3 was disgorged during your heinous Venus joyride. That's not all that was disgorged, but we'll skip the details. It's a chunk of silver tooth filling you found in Stellar's appendix. That little thing? That's the stolen miniaturized door to your stolen miniaturized shuttle. Good eyesight. Now we'll have to do one of those puzzles where you have to find a 1-pixel coin or something. But hey, who'd design a mean, unfair puzzle like that? You neatly replace the EVA suit in its proper place. It's the subroutine program disk the doctor gave you to be able to navigate through Stellar's body.
It's the old gray matter itself, our friend, the brain. At least some of us are familiar with it. I don't remember seeing you at the meetings. For some reason, you're drawing a complete blank on information regarding the brain. This is the meninges. It's a 3-layer cover for the brain. Check out the cool blood vessels. It's a broken fingernail tip you scavenged from Stellar's appendix. You slice away with the nail and, amazingly enough, manage to cut a slice in the barrier.
Yikes. How am I supposed to jump across this one? Man, that was close.
So close, and yet so far away. How embarrassing to get wasted by the Laurel and Hardy of nanites.
Holy captain's log, Batman. There are a few more of those nanites here. How am I going to handle this one?
Nice mood lighting. Those are the gallstones you collected as souvenirs from Stellar's common bile duct. You chuck a gallstone at one of the robots, causing it to think the other one did it. So close, and yet so far away. How embarrassing to get wasted by the Laurel and Hardy of nanites. You chuck a gallstone at one of the robots, causing it to think the other one did it. You chuck another gallstone, this time at the other robot, who also thinks the other one did it.
That was quite effective. That was very impressive, Roger. I'll bet that's not something you hear every decade. The self-deactivated nanites now pose no threat. It's an elevator built by the nanites to help gain access to the interior of the brain. Yuck! A huge pile of debris is standing in front of what appears to be some sort of passage. Light pours through the opening. It's too small for you to even fit your head in. Bet you've never heard that before. This button takes you up. This button takes you down. This button stops.
So this is the motor control center. This sign says this is her pleasure center. This sign says this is her pleasure center. This sign says this is her pleasure center. Interesting. The sign says this is Stellar's cough control center.
It's a paperclip from Stellar's appendix. You're definitely going to have to talk to Stellar about her eating habits. That is, if you make it out of here.
Ugh! Ah! Even in this suit, that hurts like a... Jeez. What's going on here? And what's with that big robot?
Well, well, Mr. Wilco. I must confess to being impressed that you made it this far. You are either a very lucky man, or the classic case of how looks can be deceiving. From what I know of your history, I can't say that in this case looks are necessarily deceiving. On the other hand, I don't think luck accounts for it all either. There's definitely something different about you, Mr. Wilco. It's a pity, though. I'm afraid this is where the odds catch up with you, Roger. I do hope you don't mind me referring to you as Roger. I feel we can both be on a first-name basis now, since we will soon be sharing such intimate moments, my rebirth and your death. Not necessarily in that order. I'll attend to you in a moment. I have a few more little details to finish before I transfer my consciousness into this body. Enjoy it, Roger. It'll be among the very last of your memories. Oh, and by the way, escape attempts will prove to be futile. You will be incinerated if necessary.
Jeez, what a bit...
I'm sorry. What was that you were saying?
Me? I was saying, what a bite. Yeah, I had a little trouble with some parasites a while ago down in the digestive tract. That's all it was.
The robot's head swivels constantly to keep an electronic eye on you. It looks like that shovel's been busy. Welcome to the cerebral cortex. It looks like someone's been mining brain matter. It's a piece of mining equipment. She's been digging around in the cortex. It looks like a bundle of nerves with electrical current through them. It's a paperclip from Stellar's appendix. You're definitely going to have to talk to Stellar about her eating habits. That is, if you make it out of here. Wow, that was actually a great idea. Go figure.
Yeah, I kicked her butt. Just look at me. MacGyver wishes he could be me. It was bound to happen. The never-ending battle between good and evil was once again waged. And once again, good has emerged victorious. Yes, and with me on its side, how could it lose? Yes. Once again, I have struck a blow for good over evil. It was in a... Hey! Ah! What? But I thought I took care of you.
Well, it appears you thought wrong now, doesn't it, Roger? Wilco, I haven't survived this long without taking precautions. The robot was just hardware. My mind still exists.
Oh, real wonderful.
Ooh! Ah! Hey, watch those tentacles, lady. I thought that being partially embedded in the street on polysorbate was a strange feeling. My, she has a different look now. I don't know which I like better.
Toss in some entrail, helper, and I think we've got a nice potential feast here. Pretty cool looking, huh?
Fish, that's brain food.
All right. She actually chowed down on that rancid fish. I thought I'd never get rid of that fish.
Nice shot.
Oh, there you are, Wilco.
Boy, Stellar, with all that's happened recently, I never would have imagined that we'd be standing here together.
It is a miracle, Roger. I was afraid that by the time you got my message, it would be too late. I was certain I was doomed. But you didn't let me down. What you did was incredibly brave, Roger, not to mention intensely risky. It took Dr. Bellows a lot of work to clean up after you and Sharpei. I must say, Roger, there's not a man in the universe who knows me inside the way you do.
It was a strange feeling, but I went in there all business. There wasn't a moment I wasn't thinking of your welfare.
Oh, give me a break. Let me put my boots on. It's getting deep in here.
Cheese it, pal, or I'll rip out your larynx and you won't be able to get a job doing bad voiceover work for Chinese action pictures.
What did you say, Roger?
Oh, I was just mumbling to myself. You know, Stellar, there's one thing I noticed while inside you I thought I might share.
And what's that, Roger?
You eat like a goat. You really have to change your eating habits, Stellar. I saw some things in your digestive tract I wouldn't wish on Sludge Vohall. You really have to clean up your consumption act.
Yes, I know. Dr. Bellows said he was able to fix most everything done to me during Sharpei's invasion, as well as patching an ulcer that was playing havoc with my stomach. He told me the same things.
You might also try chewing. You had a hunk of Twinkoid wedged in your throat that would have gagged Linda Lovelace.
Okay, Roger, okay, I got the message. Let's change the subject, shall we? Ask me where I'm stationed next.
Why don't you just tell me?
Boy, some fun you are.
Sorry, I guess I'm a little grumpy. I had a real day. I had to clean the captain's log entry container. Then somebody got a nice buzz in 8 rear and decided to take a wormhole ride in the Hollow suite. They hit a few wrong buttons, and the next thing I know, I'm cleaning Virgon Nebula sets and hors d'oeuvres off every wall and ceiling. Apparently, they truly did make the room spin. Boy, they spackled everything. Had to use the putty knife to chip loose some of the chunks of...
Roger, I'm sorry you had a rough day, but can we please change the subject?
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, I think you're gonna like your next assignment.
Really? What is it? Where is it?
Sorry, you're just gonna have to wait to find out.
As Roger and Stellar warp off into the nebula set, many questions remain. Will Roger and Stellar become an item? How will Beatrice Wankmeister react when she hears about this new friend in Roger's life? Will Roger's voice be a few octaves higher as a result? Would they dare to make another one of these things? Only time and money will tell.
I've been up to my lips in urinal pucks lately. I hope it's something different. Who wrote this crap? Oh, yeah, Scott. Yeah, well, yeah, then good work.
Did you hear about the animator who killed himself? Yeah, he couldn't draw his own breath. These, by the way, are the credits. They're called credits because, well, we can't afford to really pay anybody until more people buy the game. All these people worked on this dumb game? Thank you, bye-bye. 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 That's it, bye-bye. No more, bye-bye. That's it, all finished, bye-bye. 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 Farewell. Farewell. Bye-bye, bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, this is it, the last time. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you for playing Space Quest 6. This is Gary Owens, signing off.